Who you gonna call? Coon Busters. Hey, Happy New Year, MFM. God bless everybody. Again, happy 2021. This is Dr. Randy Short over the Coon Buster Network. This is another segment of the Angry Black Men's Book Club. And yes, we want to reach the one group of people that read the least, that catch the most hell, which are black men, and second to it, supportive, non-pork chop feminist females are welcome. If you happen to be of another ethnic group, and people like to snoop and have racial or ethnic safaris, I don't know what that's about. I never eavesdrop into other groups. I always think, even if they're Klansmen or Nazis, they have the right to their own space. This is something that is about and for Black people. I assure you, if you came up in a home and you don't understand other people and you don't want to and don't need to, haven't had to, our perspectives will hurt your feelings. And there's really nothing we can do for you, and we're not thinking about that. But tonight, we will continue our series on eugenics. We will continue our series on eugenics. For everybody, there are now 7 people that are trying to follow me over StreamYard. You may go to, and I will post this so you can find me. You can find me 2 places. You will see me if you go to Facebook, my Facebook page. Oh, wow, look at this. I spelled it. Facebook page is Randy Lancaster Short. You can see the video. I'm live there. Or you can go to my YouTube, which is Randy Short, and you can see and hear me. I mean, I need to shave. I'm going to cut all my hair off in the next day or so. But so if you're not seeing me, I mean, I'm not at my presentable best, I must say that. But there are 11 of you. There are 11 of you who are sitting here. God bless you. Who want to see. Now there's 16. I don't know when the camera's going to turn on. I have a hotspot and I have it hardwired. When the video cuts on, whenever it decides to, you'll be able to see me. But if you are, the information is just as good if you hear my voice. Seeing the pictures an added bonus. I mean, then again, maybe not. But the information will be available. I will be typing the topics on the StreamYard, so you'll be able to see that in the chat. Please forgive me. It's not my fault. Happy New Year. MFM to everybody. Don't let 2021 vac you up. I hope you're looking at the news in particular before I go in, because I have 4 minutes. If you're looking at Milwaukee, they deliberately let the vaccines go bad. They let the vaccines go bad. Who do you think they're going to inject with it? Who's in Milwaukee that they don't like? There are people getting sick everywhere. It's also come out that if you get the vaccination, it cannot prevent you from getting the coronavirus. Notice you get a flu shot, it's supposed to keep you from getting the flu. But if you get a coronavirus vaccination, it doesn't. Well, if it doesn't keep you from getting it, then what's the purpose of having it? I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not saying don't take, but God. And if you get sick, there's no coverage for you. You can't sue. So if it can't keep you from getting it, if there's a chance that you're going to get sick from taking it, you can't get restitution if there's side effects of it, and it won't protect you from the virus, what the hell good is it? If it can't fix the first virus that they knew about, how can the virus help with how can the vaccine help with the new virus that they claim they know nothing about? I want to say this to you before we run right into books. You know that the way that this vaccine has been made has been blending different flu vaccines together. You thought it was a lot of hard science and research and this, that, and the other. No, basically, they get a big blender and blend up all the different flu vaccines. If you happen to be a Roman Catholic or a person that is anti-abortion, you need to know that the vaccines have aborted baby tissue in them and other things, other additives. My God, what does this mean? Understand that if you put another person's tissues and that baby was a person, you may develop autoimmune diseases that they're not really good at treating them. That's a lifetime of suffering. If you take the vaccine and you get an autoimmune illness, no one will give you insurance, truly, except for the Obamacare, which will be abysmal, and you won't be able to sue. You will be impaired for life. Do what you want. I don't want them to yank me off. I won't be able to share other information for this, but do your research. I've been telling people global research has a lot of information. You need to look into the British news media, the Australian news media. Foreign media that's in English will tell you and will show you that the American media is lying between their teeth about this. And I don't know what they're lying for, but it can't be for your or my benefit. Hey, Mary Stone, over on Facebook. How you doing? I want to wish everybody, again, a happy new year. A major, major MFM to everybody. We need money. I absolutely want you guys to know that you might see me in the media in the coming week. I am going to be speaking at the rally that's being held on the 6th. It's no secret that I can't stand Joe Biden. He assaulted me. His son allowed white race soldiers to threaten my and friends of mine's lives. The Bidens cover up lynchings of blacks and police murders, quite a few in Delaware. I have no love for the Biden family. Trump is far from perfect, but nobody, Joe Biden is my Hitler. The helicopters in our neighborhood and all this other kind of stuff, and the mass incarcerations, mass shooting was brought to us by the greatest neo-Dixiecrat white supremacist of his generation. That is Joe Biden, Joe Robinette Biden Sr. It is true that they are blocking hotels in Washington, D.C. That is because it's already been announced that the new chief of police, who's been put in by Muriel, Proud Boy, Ice Queen, Gentrification Queen, blackmail castrating, Bow Wow Bowser, they've promised that they're going to be violent with people on Wednesday. I don't have to like anybody, but everyone has freedom of speech. We need to be very clear. If they start saying to white people that you don't have freedom of speech, imagine what will happen to us. We already experience it in how we get put in Facebook jail, get kicked off of certain platforms, get deplatformed, and so forth. So I support freedom of speech. I do not support racism or hatred of any kind, but you might see me in the presence of people who are assumed to be or falsely accused of being racist. That's the media's problem. I will be going with bodyguards. I am not going to get my ass beat for nobody. It's approximately 1 minute after 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday, January 2nd, 2021, and I'm your humble host and servant of the Coon Buster movement. And of course, this is another segment of the Angry Black Men's Book Club. And I, Dr. Randy Short, have many, many books to run through tonight. I want to thank everybody that was in for the marathon reading the other night. I may do one again tonight. I have so many books, but my first segments, I'm going to do short readings. They will either be dealing with eugenics or feminism, just to familiarize you with books and titles, things that you can read for yourself, but at least I may bring you a factoid or something that you can look at so you have documented proof. I want to let everyone know, even though I call this the Angry Black Men's Book Club, sincere people are welcome, but don't disturb us. I don't mind Black women because we're a team. If you're from another ethnic group, don't disturb us. If you make and draw attention to yourself that you feel entitled to disrupt us, I block you. I won't curse you. I don't have a lot of insults. I don't sit up talking about people racially. It's simply not, it's not how I am. I see myself as a DAFTA, a descendant of Aboriginal and forcibly trafficked Africans in America. And there's some white in there. But what you see is what you get. So I want everybody to understand, and I don't know how I got this thing on there. I got a pop-up. But I want everybody to feel, yeah, if you have rheumatoid arthritis, you should get some hydroxychloroquine and hemp oil. It's good for you. Okay, it's 8:04. I again greet everybody. MFM, everybody, MFM. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm going to start taking down books. One book. So I'm going to do the first book just so I can get rid of it, so I can take it and put it back on my shelf, because I pulled, y'all can't see it, but I've got about 40 books. And I want to thank everyone who contributed to our program. Continue to contribute. There's always some books. There are Harold Cruz books that I want to share. I've been doing mostly white authors. I do have a lot of books by Black authors. But I want to say this to you. There are a lot of other Black media people, and they do almost exclusively Black authors. I'm not angry at anybody. Do whichever author you want, but educate the people. But you need to know your acquaintances, your friends, and your enemies. Okay. And I want to again say they're doing all kinds of stuff in DC. They're throwing the gauntlet down. So pray for DC with our crazy mayor and the new cracker chief of police. Hello, Dr. Johnson. Hello, Sister Moon. Hello, Safalin, Shakur Brim, and all of you, and the 47 people on YouTube, and the 39 people that are on the stream. The first book, it's called Liberal Fascism. Liberal Fascism. I'm not going to read the whole book. I just want one page, 1.5 pages from Liberal Fascism. So y'all will get more than one title. And I'm going to type this up for the people who are in the chat on the stream here. I'm going to put this in: Liberal Fascism. The author is Jonah Goldberg. Liberal Fascism by Jonah Goldberg. If you can see it. Taking it, and I'm going to just go to the page. This is, when I read this stuff out, these books, these are not my opinions. So if you've got any heroes, there's somebody you look up to, you've been told that was Black and great, that's a piece of shit, please don't blame me. This is from page 102 to 103. This is from Liberal Fascism. A lot of you have been told things by certain figures from our history. Sometimes these people are good and bad. If you get mad at Trump at every turn, there's some Black folks you need to get mad at too. B1, FBA, ADOS, and DAFTA to all of you. Listen to this. W.B. Du Bois was thunderstruck I am writing this in Russia. He wrote back to his readers in the crisis. I am sitting in Revolution Square. I stand in astonishment and wonder at the revelation of Russia that has come to me. I may be partially deceived and half informed. Let me just stop there. If you are partially deceived and half informed, that's the wrong time to make a conclusion. I don't give a damn who you are. But Du Bois said, I may be partially deceived and half deceived. It says, but if what I have seen with my eyes and heard with my ears in Russia is Bolshevism, I am a Bolshevik. Let me just stop for 1 second. Here's the book here. I might do another thing before I go into feminism. It all depends. I think I shared this book, The Wall Street Trilogy by Anthony C. Sutton. I'm going to put it up here for y'all too. The Wall Street Trilogy by Anthony Sutton. Let me put this up here for you. If you get the Wall Street Trilogy by Anthony Sutton, it's about $25 on Amazon. As you can see, I haven't taken this off. It's been hard to find his work. I want to stop there to just remind you that the Wall Street Trilogy by Anthony Sutton, let me just read to what it says. Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution. Learn how major corporations, they're talking about American and British corporations, made deals to capture the huge Russian markets over a decade before the United States even recognized the Soviet regime, and how closet socialism permeated the top levels of the business, only later to expand across many facets of society under the presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt. I just want to stop 1 minute and say to you that if you look up the life of Leon Trotsky, whose real name is Bernstein, he's a Jewish man from Odessa that used to be in Russia, but it's now in the Ukraine. Mr. Bernstein, aka Trotsky, murdered in 1940 in Mexico City by an agent of Yusef Dugashvili, aka Joseph Stalin. Mr. Bronstein was funded by wealthy bankers and Jews in New York City. The key organizer, the army of the Bolsheviks, the Red Army, was Leon Trotsky, a Jewish man with family in New York who was from Russia, who was funded by American banks. These same banks made their money off of the enslavement and trafficking and exploitation of Black people in Africa and the rest of the world. And I'm bringing this up to say to you that Du Bois, who's represented to you as an incredible Black man who's for Black freedom and Pan-Africanism, identifies himself with a product of something created by white capital, by racist white capital. And I'll go back and read what he says, and you'll get, this is how and Du Bois is in the Boulay. I may be partially deceived and half informed, which is how the Boulay operates, but somebody white or powerful has been nice to them, and that's enough for them. Damn the rest of us. I may be partially deceived and half informed, but if what I have seen with my eyes and heard with my ears in Russia's Bolshevism, I am a Bolshevik. That's shallow. It's stupid. It's not fully researched for a man with a PhD. Du Bois offers a good illustration of how fascism and communism appealed to some of the same progressive impulses and aspirations. Like many progressives, Du Bois studied in Germany in the 1890s and retained a fondness for the Prussian model. The Prussian model is militaristic, homosexual. We went through that the other day in the pink swastika. Du Bois, like Frederick the Great, Prussia. Okay? I'm just putting this together for you. These are the people held up to us that we should admire and try to be like Du Bois, right? And Du Bois this, Du Bois that. Most brilliant black man goes to another country where millions of people are starving, being killed, and he wants to be like the leadership that's doing the killing. Okay, because they're nice to him. Listen to this. An anti-Semite in his early career in 1924, Du Bois's magazine started carrying a swastika on the cover despite complaints from Jewish progressives. Du Bois applied for a grant in 1935. Hitler's in power then, y'all. Hitler comes to power in 1932, 33. Hitler becomes head of state in Germany. So the Nazis are in the news, right? And Du Bois speaks German, and Du Bois has lived in Germany. So he absolutely understands what Hitler's talking about and saying. But that's Du Bois. Du Bois asked for a grant in 1935 from an organization with known ties to the Nazis that was run by a well-known Jew hater who had dined with Joseph Goebbels. Du Bois believed that the Nazis had a lot of great ideas that America had to learn from Germany's experiment in National Socialism. I need to tell you that as early as 1934, Hitler and them began either killing or sterilizing Black people in Germany. But let's just read this again. Du Bois truly believed that the Nazis had lots of great ideas and America had much to learn from Germany's experiment and National Socialism. I'll read that again if y'all didn't hear me. Du Bois truly believed that the Nazis had a lot of great ideas and that America had much to learn from Germany's experiment and National Socialism. Listen to this. Though later, Du Bois denounced Nazi anti-Semitism. Why didn't he catch it head out? He could read German. He could speak German. Understand the boule, these Negroes, they get to go on a trip somewhere, sleep with someone. The Germans made it clear that they believed in the white master race. The Germans made it clear that they considered Black people inferior. The Germans made this clear under Hitler. What were Americans supposed to learn from the Nazis in Germany that Du Bois thought we needed to know? And didn't Du Bois know from going to Harvard that the Germans copied their racial theories, a lot of them, from white Americans? I mean, this is a dumbass man that you've been told is the smartest Black man that ever lived and we should be like him and have curled up mustaches and all this other shit. Let me keep reading. Okay, I can stop there. Du Bois said the Nazis had something America could copy. Okay. Du Bois, in the early 1930s, published in Margaret Sanger's Birth Control Review alongside Germans who had practically sterilized, if not killed, Black children. The Rhineland Bastards. Let me put the name up. Rhineland. Let me spell this out for you. You'll find this. You can do a quick Wikipedia, Google search. I want y'all to understand what I'm trying to tell you. And by the way, Du Bois was supported feminism. They're called the Rhineland Bastards. Somewhere between 400 to 1,000 Black children, descendants of soldiers, of Black American soldiers, French colonial soldiers had children with white women. Those children were in the Rhineland. This is the western border of Germany. And they were all sterilized or killed. This was when Du Bois is talking about Nazi Germany having something that Americans should learn. You have to understand that Du Bois believed in eugenics and Darwinism. So did Hitler. So did all the great mass killers. I need to remind you in the Margaret Sanger book that I had. Let me see if I can pull it out. A lot of these books don't have indexes, so if you don't remember the pages, that's book number 1. Let me see if they have a reference to Du Bois in it. I know we had one. Let me see what I have. And if I don't find this in a second, I'm going to stop. I'm going to take a second. I'm going to change books because I need to share this. So Du Bois likes the Nazis. Du Bois likes Margaret Sanger. I need to go back to this book that I had before. I hadn't read this portion, but since I just did a page, I can now do this other book again. I'm going to come back and do another piece in it that I had not done before. And I kept it out here because I figured I'd have to come back to it. I'm putting this up here, and I'm going to hold it up so that everybody else can see it. If you see me pause because the computer suddenly stops. Going. I was tight. Okay, it's got me paused. Well, I'll hold this up for you. I held this up before. This is called the Negro Project. You can get it for about $16, $17 on Amazon. I'm going to go into a chapter. Okay, it gave me my cursor back. And I'm going to read a piece of it, put it aside, because I'm going to have to come back to this. Every time I type, the daggone ball spins. But you're going to have a whole library on eugenics. And you don't have to have it all, but you just need to know where some of these things are. Okay, I'm putting this up in the chat. It's going to be on the banner in 1 second. The Negro Project, Fleury is spelt F-L-E-U-R-Y. Oh, come on. Okay, y'all. They're telling me that I can't. Hold on 1 second. YouTube is censoring my Yep. If I use the word Negro, they decide it's an insult, so I can't even give you the title of the book. There it is. So I'll do it that way. I do know how to spell Negro, but yep, the screen is black. Of course it is. Pray for whoever's holding this thing up. My screen should be on. All right. Anybody that's late, you're late. Everybody that's late, you can catch me on the YouTube channel. There are 73 of you who are watching me over the stream. You could go to Randy Short in Yahoo and watch it, and you'll see me. The information's just as good if you hear it. You don't have to see my rusty face to learn what I'm talking about. That's the spoiledness of high tech. What if they were to knock all the stuff down? So I want everybody to go and check this out. You can go to my YouTube channel, or you can go to my Randy Short on YouTube. Or you can go to Randy Lancaster short on Facebook, and you'll see me. I don't know what the hell is going on with this thing doing what it does. Okay. So, did President Woodrow Wilson support Sanger? Woodrow Wilson hated Black people so thoroughly until anything that was bad for Black people, Woodrow Wilson supported. Okay, so everybody in, you're asking me a stupid question. I've already answered it. There is a solar eruption on the sun. Folks who don't pay attention to atmospheric news. You're not listening, Straight Fire Channel. Didn't you just see me type in the chat? Yes, it's your fault. I always give people information. My background is teaching. Whenever you have a question, I try to inform you so you don't have to worry about it. So I'm on 2 different channels. Whenever this thing cuts on and does, I'll be on 3 or 4. Yes, well, sometimes read the chat. When you got there, I answered your question. You said, hello, sir. I immediately put the stuff up there. Follow the chat if the screen is black. I will always inform you. Trust me, this is annoying. I have bought cable and have high speed. A lot of you are having problems with your phones. Anybody that's had a problem with the phone or computer in the last, say, 10, 12 days, you've got the planets aligning. This impacts electrical flows. It just happens to be there's some major problem here. And I will say this to you. Washington, D.C. is under super surveillance because of the major protests coming. They don't want people broadcasting and talking and educating people. In this instance, they don't want white people talking to white people. So they may make it more difficult for people to stream and do things. There are people that are in D.C. who've come from out of town to stream back to organize people. They're doing, I guess, a white supremacist or white conservative or just a patriotic version of whatever they think I'm doing. All right. So let's dispense with questions. The Negro Project by Bruce Fleury is the book we're looking out of. I'm in chapter 3. Read the chats. Read the chats. Read the chats. Questions about video, read the chats. I'm not going to be interrupted again. Okay. We just were looking at Jonah Goldberg's Liberal Fascists, and I read to you that W.B. Du Bois felt that Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany had a lot of beneficial things that Americans could learn from them. Please, please put that in your mind. W.B. Du Bois, a black man, PhD, anthropologist, been everywhere. Same person that stabbed Marcus Garvey in the back. He couldn't work with Marcus Garvey, but he could do business with Nazis. Sounds like our Boule. They can work with, they like everybody but the rank and file black people. I'm in chapter 3. This is Margaret Sanger's Nazi Connection. Quote, we prefer the policy of immediate sterilization, of making sure that parenthood is immediately prohibited to the feeble-minded, close quote. Feeble-minded includes black people who are seen as intellectually inferior. All right. Margaret Sanger, The Pivot of Civilization. Listen to how Hitler's quote reads. The demand that the defective people be prevented from propagating equally defective offspring is the most humane act of mankind. Adolf Hitler, Mein Kampf. People forget that Adolf Hitler admired Thomas Jefferson, Henry Ford, Margaret Sanger, and other racist Americans. And there's a homosexual Satanist by the name of Houston Chamberlain that Hitler absolutely loved. Hitler was into a racist, homoerotic Darwinian cult. Margaret Sanger was very much loved by these people. Listen, by the time Adolf Hitler and his National Socialist German Workers' Party, NSDAP, took power in 1933, Margaret Sanger was already an internationally known advocate for birth control and eugenics. She had traveled the world over to preach her message of contraception and family planning, and this message found fertile ground in places like China, Japan, Korea, England, and Holland. However, it was in Hitler's Germany that the ideas put forth by Sanger and her cohorts received their most enthusiastic reception. I repeat, in Nazi Germany, Sanger's ideas received their most enthusiastic reception. Du Bois, also a lover of Margaret Sanger, liked these ideas. As stated in the earlier pages, we are justly repulsed by the thought that any nation or people could embark on such a policy of breeding perfect human beings. We are even more outraged as we look back over the gulf of more than 80 years that such a supposedly civilized country as Germany was doing exactly that, using eugenics to bring into existence a so-called master race that would someday come to rule not only over the German people, but the rest of the world as well. Further, we recoil at the thought that such schemes as Lebensborn, the breeding of children for the fatherland, that's where you got the gay guys to just drop some nut on a girl they didn't know to make babies, to form little homoerotic armies that we read in the pink swastika that Heinrich Himmler and his bisexual follower Heydrich wanted. The Nazi policy of forced sterilization of useless eaters, or the infamous action T4, I told you about T4, Tiergarten 4, where they killed everybody sick. Fourth, euthanasia programs could ever have been devised in the minds of Germans, much less carried out on such a massive scale. I want to stop and tell you that there's a project called Operation Paperclip, where the Nazi killer scientists were brought to the United States to participate in the scientific advancement of post-World War II United States. Racist Nazi killers, rapists were given jobs and new identities to be in America. I'm emphasizing when I talk to you about Wall Street and the Nazis in the book by Anthony Sutton that I'll read a little bit of tonight to remind you that these Luciferian, devil-worshipping, white supremacists who are often gay are all one big party. Whether they're in Germany, England, Holland, Australia, and they kill blacks and others. Du Bois, I want to repeat, somehow was impressed by these people. And many of you have been told he's one of the greatest thinkers and leaders that black people have ever had. I'm bringing up this euthanasia because they murdered thousands of old people in New York just last year by putting them all in senior centers when they had corona and letting them die. Euthanasia is here, where you kill people They're killing them all over the country and getting $60,000 or more dollars to say you have COVID, put you on a respirator, choke you to death by how they put you on the respirator, and get paid. This is Sangerism. This is Darwinism. This is eugenics. This is Malthus. And this is Fauci. This is Dr. Mengele injecting people with stuff without knowing how it would impact people is exactly what Fauci and others are doing right now. And some people that you know are stupid enough to voluntarily do what people had to be compelled to do in a Nazi death camp. I mentioned to you that the way that the Hitler copied Margaret Sanger, whereas in America, Margaret Sanger sought to use Black preachers to help kill Black people, Hitler got Jewish preachers to help kill Jewish people. Now, the United Way is working with the pharmaceutical corporations to get Black preachers to help kill Black people. This isn't 100 years ago for all the damn fucking coons who want to say this is a long time ago. This is going on right now. Anybody that wants to stick their head in the ground or up their ass, wherever they stick it when they don't want to learn something, this is going on right now in real time. And you may be told for your job or for your kids to get educated or to get on a plane that you've got to get injected by something full of aborted baby tissues, aluminum, dog body parts. I mean, it is amazing. And I need to tell everyone, go investigate how the vaccines are being made. What you will learn, as much as they told you Corona was so much more dangerous than the flu, oh, it's so bad, it's so terrible. I mean, there's no comparison between the flu and Corona. They're using old flu vaccines blended together with a little bit of stuff added in as the vaccine for Corona, right? Trump said, man, this is like the flu. And says, no, there's nothing like the flu. But when they want you to get treated for Corona, they give you flu medicine. God help me. And the flu shot's supposed to prevent you from getting the flu. But the Corona shot is no guarantee to keep you from being sick from Corona or to prevent you from catching it. And yet, they want you to have it. And millions of doses haven't been stored properly. So if it's not super cold, it's going to be even more dangerous with greater side effects if you take the shot. Okay, this is exactly what Dr. Mengele, who got money from the Ford Foundation and Rockefeller Foundation to experiment on Jews and Black people in the concentration camps. I'll get something for you from Mengele, and I think that's in Sutton's book. You know what? Let me just stop for a second. Forgive me, because these things, when these authors write these books, they have a particular standpoint. And let me see if I can find a good reference for you, because I need you to understand. I'm not the smartest person. I'm just telling you, you run through, you collect books, you read, you remember. Where's Mengele? Mengele. Mm-hmm. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find that. One second. 1 second. I'm sorry. Please forgive me on that because I want to figure out Appendix D. And they don't have this under work. Hold on 1 second. 149. Hold on. I'm sorry about this interruption. Okay. I'm gonna stop for 1 second. I just want you to understand something. That the American big business people were working with the Nazis. But let me just read this from chapter 11. And let me do this real fast. The Rise of Hitler, Wall Street, Rise of Hitler. Hold on. This is from the same. I'll put this up for everybody for a second. Put his name in. Okay. Whew. I can't wait until this solar pulse is over. Okay. Quote. Okay. I'll put this up. I'm sorry that this video's off. This means I have to do so much more stuff to communicate. But this is from Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. I'm going to read two pieces. I'm going to go back in the Sanger book. Oh, God. Having trouble connecting. Check your internet connection. Oh, my God. Isn't this ridiculous? And this is hardwired. We don't have to be vaccinated. But the people, I'm just telling you, this is a conversation. If you're following what I'm saying to you guys about stuff, is that the Nazis and the others. Hold on 1 second. I apologize. This thing is acting stupid. I need to put my mobile hotspot back on because this thing is giving me such difficulty. Sorry about this confusion, folks. Wait, okay. I'm gonna come on the hotspot. Okay, let's see if that gives me some. No, it didn't. Okay. And man, this thing is having trouble connecting. 1 second more. Can y'all hear me? I don't know if you can hear me or not. I think this thing is going to give me. I'm going to come off of this for 1 second. I'm sorry, this thing is hitting. You're going to call Coonbusters. Hey, Happy New Year, MFM. God bless everybody. Again, happy 2021. This is Dr. Randy Short over. All right. Sorry about that. This is nuts. This thing, y'all can hear me. Okay, I apologize. This thing is nuts. This is absolutely, let me try. It's been like that. So anyway. That's just something that we've got to do. We've got to deal with that for how it is. Sorry about this blackout. One moment, guys. This is
Call me back as you get to broadcast, okay? I'll wait.
all right. I'm gonna restart this because this is. Oh, it says the camera's back on. This thing is. I may need to restart this whole thing. I apologize. I. Yeah, I'm going to shut this down real fast. Give me exactly 2 minutes, folks. You guys stay on. I've got to shut this one. This is just nuts. Did it? Hello, everybody. I don't know what the hell is going on. There are helicopters and such all over here. And I hope y'all can hear me. Can you? I do apologize for the problem today. It's absolutely not my desire to mess up this reading. But there have been helicopters. I've heard about 10 of them today. I don't know what's going on. And what you need to understand is that when the president and the other people go to the hospitals and things, this is in the helicopter airway for the presidential helicopters. I don't know why they fly near here. And it's a possibility to jam for an electronic weapon or whatever, because I didn't even put the video on, and the video came on itself right after this last helicopter came over. There were a bunch of them. So please forgive me. I apologize for these gaps. This is not how I do it. I think y'all know that by now. I absolutely apologize. And I'm not going to edit this thing. Apologize for the gaps. Man, I hate that. This makes me look like I don't have my stuff. So you can see me, you can hear me. I'm going to put this back up on YouTube. So YouTube, I like that. And I'm going to put this up on YouTube just in case, just as a backup. And I'll be done with this in 1 second. And we'll have this thing done. I do apologize. Okay, 1 more second. Yeah. Yeah, the homes were vandalized. They're attacking. Some really crazy stuff is about to go on Wednesday. They're going to be as many as 3 million people here in D.C. The police are threatening to beat up a lot of folks. Okay. I'm going to go back to where I was. I mean, man, that thing just ruined everything. I'm going to go back to where I was. Oh, wow. I got so many books up in here. Man. Okay. Here we go. The book, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. I'm going to put up on the banner. Everybody, y'all can come back. Okay, and maybe I won't type it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to put this book up in. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of this Periscope thing. I just want you. All right. I'm going to get back on this. MFM, everybody. I'm back. Again, everybody watching this on behalf of the Angry Black Men's Book Club, I thank you for your patience. I'm in Chapter 11, Wall Street, Nazi collaboration in World War II. I want you to see that. It's actually a real chapter in a real book. All the stuff you heard about World War II and the greatest generation, it's a lot of bullshit. Now, I'm not attacking the soldiers that fought, but these are rich people that create these wars that poor people die in. Wall Street, Nazi collaboration in World War II, Chapter 11, Anthony Sutton, Wall Street, and the Rise of Hitler. Behind the battlefronts of World War II, through the intermediaries in Switzerland and North Africa, the New York financial elite collaborated with the Nazi regime. It's the same people that are funding Black Lives Matter and Antifa. Same people. Captured files after the war yielded a massive evidence demonstrating that for some elements of big business, the period of 1941 to 45, that's when America was at war, was business as usual. For instance, correspondence between U.S. firms and their French subsidiaries revealed the aid given to the Axis military machine while the United States was at war with Germany and Italy. Letters between Ford of France and Ford of the United States between 1940 and July 1942 were analyzed by the Foreign Funds Control Section of the Treasury Department. Their initial report concluded that until mid-1942, the business of Ford subsidiaries in France substantially increased. Their production was solely for the benefit of the Germans and the countries under its occupation. That means even where they were killing Jews. Even where they were killing Jews. Since the Holocaust is the worst thing that happened of all times, yes, American corporations helped Germans murder Jews and others in Europe for cash. The Germans have shown clearly their wish to protect Ford interest because of the attitude of strict neutrality maintained by Henry Ford and the late Edsel Ford, and the increased activity of the French Ford subsidiary on behalf of the Germans, received the commendation of the Ford family in America. Similarly, the Rockefeller Chase Bank was accused of collaborating with the Nazis in World War II France, while Nelson Rockefeller had a soft job in Washington, D.C. Substantially, the same pattern of behavior was pursued by the Paris office of the Chase Bank during German occupation. An examination of the correspondence between Chase New York and Chase France from the date of the fall of France, May 1942, discloses that the manager of the Paris office appeased and collaborated with the Germans to place the Chase banks in a privileged position. The Germans held the Chase Bank in very special esteem owing to the international activities of our Chase head office and the pleasant relations with which the Paris branch had been maintaining with many of their German banks and their German local organizations and higher officers. Excuse me. Ooh. The Paris manager was very vigorous in enforcing the restrictions against Jewish property, even going as far as to refuse to release funds belonging to Jews, in anticipation that a decree with retroactive provisions prohibited such release might be published in the near future by the occupying authorities. The New York office, despite the above information, took no direct steps to remove the undesirable manager from the Paris office, since it might react against our Chase interests as we are dealing, not with a theory, but with a situation. Excuse me. One more time. Okay. So American banks and American manufacturers worked to help the Nazis kill and steal property from Jews. And if you or I make any kind of observation in terms of how we're treated by someone who may be racist or unfair, that is Jewish, you or I am an anti-Semite. But big businesses that help murder and steal from Jews that are white Anglo elite don't get called the same thing, who actually participated in the Holocaust. Think about that. Think about how you can get put off of the internet or called an anti-Semite for simply mentioning that, say, a falasha, an Ethiopian Jew, may be persecuted by the police. This is a fact. You can go look this up on the internet. This happens in Israel, that Black Jews get mistreated. If you mention that, I know people who would tell you, you hate Israel, you hate God, you hate Jews, if you read the Jewish press. But if Ford, if Chase Manhattan Bank, if IBM helped organize the Holocaust of Jews, there's no comment on this. Hey, how you doing, Pastor? I would never put my hands on anybody of any group that's inclusive of Jewish people. But if you did wrong, no matter who you were, including Jewish people, I would tell you. If I criticize injustice against Blacks in Israel that have concentration camps in the Negev for Blacks primarily, I would be told I'm a bigot and I hate people who are Jewish, even though it's a fact of history, you're violating people's human rights, right? But rich whites, including the Bush family, I want to bring this to your attention. Auschwitz, the largest death camp for Jews and others during World War II, was started by the Bush Walker family. Real talk. The Bush family worked as bankers for the Nazis in New York. Not my opinion. Not my bias against the Bush, although Barbara Bush is one of the ugliest women I've ever seen in my entire life. I swear by God. This is a fact. And I want to bring this back to Margaret Sanger. That Margaret Sanger and other Black elitist atheists like Du Bois, who supported abortion, and Du Bois supported gay rights too. Real talk here. You wonder why our people in the mess that they're in, and why I don't mind telling any of you, and I don't care what African religion you're into and what spiritual stuff. At the end of the day, if the left and the right, the capitalists and the Marxists and all these other people, all serve Lucifer, all are Luciferian, all support eugenics and abortion and racism and injustice and atheism, and you got a problem with me believing in a Bible, you know I don't care. The Nazis were neo-pagan, and they hated, in particular, the Bible. Margaret Sanger hates the Bible. The Bolsheviks hate the Bible. Du Bois hates the Bible. Planned Parenthood hates the Bible. The Nazis hate the Bible. The skinheads hate the Bible. The Afrocentrics that don't do anything about this non-binary sexuality that's weaponized against our children hate the Bible, but they'll tell you Jesus is Black. They'll tell you the Bible is based in Africa, but they hate the substance of the book. I'll just say this to you for the Muslim. The difference between the Bible and the Quran is that in the Bible, starting in Genesis 10, all the civilizations, the key ones, are Black started. That's one. Number two, for all the Muslims, whether you like this or not, who's the most important person in the Quran that is black? What's their status? Islam gives me a black man who came from nobility, who was a slave, who got his freedom, became the first worship leader in Islam. The first convert to Islam other than Muhammad is Bilal. Fact. However, did Bilal succeed Muhammad as the next caliph of the Ummah? Was Bilal good enough to be leader of the early Islamic community after Muhammad died? And by the way, in Islam, says Muslims, Muhammad is the most holy representative of Islam. If that is true, and if he's the divine prophet of, and the last final prophet of the revelation of the Most High God, and Muhammad wanted Bilal to replace him when he died, and the prejudices and anti-blackness of that religion meant that Bilal was afraid to become caliph, means that there's such entrenched anti-black racism at the very beginning of Islam that the holiest prophet in the history of Islam, his wishes for his first convert, the most faithful of his followers, wasn't good enough based on the color of his skin to be the leader of a faith he helped start. That's what Islam's Quran gives me, is that I'm somehow not good enough. That no Muslim can explain to me. Why didn't the black guy get to be the caliph? Why didn't Bilal get to? And you can tell me about it being in Syria, but why not in Mecca? Why not in Medina? If, in fact, he lived in Mecca or Medina, why not a shrine to honor the black convert to Islam, the first person to lead prayers in Islam, doesn't have the respect that he deserves? You can tell me he's a major leader, and Muslims don't bullshit me, don't lie to me about racism in Islam, because I don't lie about racism in Christianity. You guys lie about this. You guys are liars about this. Bilal, his name, you go all over the world, 1 out of maybe every 20 people in the world or 30 people in the world is named Muhammad. How many of them are named Bilal? How respected is Bilal overall and Islam relative to Muhammad or a range of other people? Bilal, they put that in the faces of black people to become Muslims, to say there was someone significant. That's great. Yeah, but no, brother, you can't bullshit me. Arif, there are very few people named Bilal as compared to Muhammad. Very few. It's just not true. Get out of your feelings. Tell me how many people you know named Bilal, and tell me how many people you know named Muhammad. I've met one person in my life named Bilal. I've met hundreds named Muhammad. And I'm not taking away from Muhammad. Yeah, but his name is so much more popular than the first believer. Come on. There are a lot of people named Jesus, but there are people named John and Paul and David. I mean, there are all kinds of names. Matthew, Mark, Luke, lots. But I'm just saying, Bilal is basically a footnote. I'm not knocking him being a footnote. I'm just trying to say to you, the best that the Quran gives me when I talk about black identity is a slave. And the Bible gives me kings, queens, civilizations, and a range of other things. In fact, it even gives me the Son of God comes to earth as a black man. Okay. If I just had to go on a scale of blackness, would I like an ex-slave or would I like the King of Kings? And so I'm sorry. There's no comparison between a prophet and the King of Kings. For the Most High to pick a black man to be his representative on earth beats the hell out of being a final prophet. I don't care how you like that. So no, the King of Kings, no, we disagree. That's your opinion. Okay, so I'm not gonna waste any more time on that. When someone shows me any of these other major religions that shows as much deference for people who are black as the Bible, if you've actually taken the time to read it and take it seriously as a historical book, there's no comparison. Not Buddhism, not Hinduism, not Shintoism, not Confucianism, none of them. Never has been, never will be. The blackest, most proud thing that you could connect to is the Most High through the Bible. And in fact, the Quran, frankly, is a remix of the Bible with reinterpretations, absolutely, because any Muslim, and I challenge them, and you're going to get mad, I don't care, get out of your feelings. You can find documented examples of the Old Testament books that go back, Dead Sea Scrolls and others, thousands of years. The earliest Qurans that people know that they still have are from like 800, 900 AD. When you understand that Dead Sea Scrolls and all were around way before. And so I don't want to get into this whole discussion about religion, but I'm a Christian for a good reason. I'm not going to stop being one. And in reality, it's like if you take a song and someone comes and samples it and says the sample is better than the original, it's sort of, yeah, the Quran is pure. I would just say this. I know many, many people who are Muslim, but here's the problem I have with Islam, and I'm going to stop here. And if y'all don't like me, disappear. The Quran, which it was written hundreds of years after the Bible's written, for it to be a pure book with no pre-existing influences, but yet has the same names and characters from the Bible is absolutely impossible. How could one book that was around for over a half century? I mean, well, Arif, this is why I will say to you, Christianity and Islam are not kin religions. It's a myth, okay? And I'll just challenge you, every single solitary Muslim, to go in and look at the symbolism within the religions, because you say Jesus was the Messiah and a great man, but he's no God. The Messiah means that he comes from God and is of God, therefore is God. That's Christian theology. You are free as a Muslim to have a different point of view. However, what we cannot disagree on is fact. What is fact is that there were competing religions in the ancient Middle East, or should I say Northeast Africa, which is what it really is. It didn't become the Middle East until about 1917. So for the last 104 years, this term Middle East was created to justify white folks stealing land that was oil rich. That's another discussion. What is factual that no Muslim tends to be honest about is this. And I find Muslims get quite upset. You can say there's nothing you can't say about Christianity. I'm used to people attacking what I believe. But I found people in other faiths can't handle when you research them. One big attack that Christians get from Muslims is that they don't like this whole thing of Godhead, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. They don't like it. And they say, you guys have three religions or three gods. And I always say to them, okay, if Three and the Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, is too much for you. Why are you able to deal with Allah, Al-Uzza, Manat, and I forget the name. Allah has three daughters. Allah has three daughters, but Allah has no sons. That's interesting. Allah can have daughters in Islam or prehistoric Islam, but the Most High can't have one son. One can have three and one can't have one. Why is your three plus one monotheism and my 3 and 1 polytheism? Why do people get violent when you ask these questions? So you could say anything you want about it. I'm so secure in my faith, I don't get upset when people criticize it. Now, Solid Cam has this question. If you look at the symbolism, because Muslims claim that we have the exact same God, that Jehovah God and Allah are identical and just the same God. But it's very interesting that the name Allah and the name of Yahweh or other names for that are used for the Jewish God, they've never used. In fact, in Islam, you can get a name like Yahweh, which comes from Yahweh, a Jehovah God. And then they have Abdullah, which comes from Allah. You've got one God with one name, and then you have a God with another name. The names have never been mixed. But the point is if Allah was a God that existed before the Quran, when did the God change? This is a confusion that I'm saying to you. People hate Allah prior to the Quran, certain people. But that's like, why keep the same name if there's one name? I mean, this is a thing that y'all Muslims can't sell me on. That you mean the old name isn't good, but the new name is? But you tell me it's pure. But it used to not be pure, the name. Now it's pure now. This is what you're bringing me. I'm just responding to the information. This is quite strange. The one true Allah, yeah, but there was an Allah before. Are you saying that there was an untrue Allah and a true Allah, or just that they're different ones? This is what you're bringing me. I don't know. I'm a stupid Christian who believes in the Bible, who gets criticism from Muslims who tell me how stupid and confused I am. And I sit down and say, okay, well, let me see what you have. And then you bring me something that's more confusing than the confusion I already have with the faith I have, responding to the atheists. And when you try to have an honest conversation, folk get violent. And they start giving you dog rule. I will challenge every Muslim to get into Quranic literary criticism, because there are a range of things that are there that are problematic. The only other thing I'm going to say to you is this. There's a religion that competed with the religion of the ancient Hebrews called Baal worship. One of the symbols of Baal worship, the people who were into sex and killing babies and all this other kind of stuff, was the crescent moon. The crescent moon represented the horns on Baal. It's interesting to me that that crescent moon represented the Allah prior to Prophet Jibril talking to Muhammad, giving him the Quran. And then after he gets the Quran, the recitation, they still have the crescent moon and the name of the God with the crescent moon. Well, I'm just saying to you, but that crescent moon represented the old religions that were polytheistic, sexual, and all this kind of stuff. And the star and the moon represented these old religions that predated Muhammad. And so, same name, same symbol, different God, or whatever. Maybe it's, I don't know. I'm going to stop there, but I challenge any Muslim to ask yourself why the same name, the same symbol, and yet the same name, same symbol, but the old one with the same name and the same symbol isn't, one is pure, one isn't. That's what you're telling me. So let me get back to something else. This is why, nope. Just look at the bullhorn and sacrificing and abortion and gayness and all the stuff that was in the old Baal worship. Okay. And it's the same religion that was practiced in Mecca. Same religion practiced in Mecca. So the prophet told us. And that there were 365 gods in the Kaaba. So we were told by Islam. And they picked just one. But that's the moon god. And all I'm going to say to you is the same moon god named Allah has the same symbol of the old god Baal. How people work that out, I don't know. I'm not attacking you. I'm only saying to you that there was this old moon and star that represent the fertility cult worship. These were the religious enemies of the ancient Hebrews. That's all throughout the Old Testament. Don't blame me. Isn't it interesting that the scriptures teach us to have no regard for heavenly bodies, and worshiping the stars or moon, all that is not of God, but a religion that claims to be a companion Abrahamic religion has the moon and star as its representation, and yet the same moon is a representation of Baal, the religion of which most of the New Testament denounces. So yeah, right. I'm not deflecting. I'm just going straight to it. I'm done with this. I challenge anyone. Look up Baal. Look up Baal symbolism, the ancient religion that promoted LGBTQ and all this stuff. Look it up. Go into Google and look it up. Go into Wiki. Look it up. Baal symbols. And ask yourself, when you look at Baal and what the symbolism is, and what religion in the world has the same symbols as the ancient Baal worship, and you draw your own conclusions. I'm done. I'm having no more religious discussions. Only a liar, only a person that is as confused spiritually cannot see that the symbol, there's a carryover. And why would a religion that says it's different from what this have the same symbols of something that was seen as corrupt? That would be like me using a toilet paper 2 times. Back to my book. No more religious discussions. I'm done with that. Go look it up. Look up Baal symbolism and tell me which religion in the world that's modern day has the same symbols of ancient Canaanite fertility worship. And it's in Catholicism, that too. But anyway, Baal isn't Greek created. Do your research. Anyway, let me go back to this. Listen to this. I'm on page 150. An official report of then Secretary of the Treasury Morgenthau concluded, these two situations, i.e. Ford and Chase Bank, convinced us that it was imperative to investigate immediately, on the spot, the activities of subsidiaries of at least some of the larger American firms which were operating in France during the German occupation. Treasury officials urged that investigations be started with the French subsidiaries of several American banks, that is, Chase, Morgan, National City, Guarantee, Bankers Trust, and American Express. Although Chase and Morgan were the only two banks to maintain French offices throughout the Nazi occupation, in September 1944, all the major New York banks were pressing the U.S. government for permission to reopen their pre-war branches. A subsequent Treasury investigation produced documentary evidence of collaboration between the Chase Bank and the J.P. Morgan Bank with the Nazis in World War II. American banks helped facilitate the Nazis, the Holocaust, World War II. They also fund Planned Parenthood. They're the same people putting money in the pharmaceutical corporations that are pushing us to try these smoothie flu vaccines that we're told are for the pandemic. It's in the book. Our government knows that these blanks worked with. Let me see. I'm going to skip one more. So our banks financed the Soviet Union, financed American capitalism, financed Nazism, financed eugenics. Let me go back to this. I want to go back to what I was in. I just want to stop. I just want to stop and say, when we talk about this Negro Project and that this stuff is linked and these people are dark and they're devil worshipers. And by the way, before I go any further, I want to say to you that the many of the leading people in the Islamic world, sure they did, with the exception of the Saudis, were aligned with the Nazis to get rid of the British and the French. This is not my secret. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, and so these people got down. The Shah of Iran was with Hitler. The head of Turkey, Mustafa Kemal, was down with Hitler. The Mufti of Jerusalem was down with Hitler. With the exception of the House of Saud, which were down with the British, later the Americans favored. In fact, the King Faisal, the last king of Egypt, supported the Nazis. The leadership of the Muslim world was pro-Nazi because they saw them as liberators. I'm just saying to you, because I know I like Malcolm X, but, you can jump out of the pan and end up in a fire. You can jump out of the pan and get in the fire. Meaning, and I need to say this real fast. Right at this moment, the Holy Land of the Muslim faith, Saudi Arabia, is starving 25 million people, primarily dark-skinned, black or brown Yemenis, to death. No outcry about the deaths of tens of hundreds of thousands of black babies. It's just not, it's of no consequence. Just a few hours drive from Mecca and Medina, people are being starved to death. When they were being butchered in Libya, when they're enslaved in Mauritania, when they're second-class citizens throughout the Middle East, when they didn't have human rights in Iraq, and so forth. It's amazing to me how people are so gifted at pointing out genuine contradictions of racism and injustice within white Christian. Anybody, I'm gonna read from this another point, but y'all look at this and then come back and talk some smack to me. Come back once we're gonna read through this. I'm not gonna do it right now, but the legacy of Arab Islam in Africa, and it's a bunch of castrating, killing, and oppressing. Real talk, real talk. Just as bad as, if not worse than, our white Western brothers. I want to go back to my Margaret Sanger. Margaret Sanger's, I'm back to this book now, Negro Project. I'm not going to read all of this, but I'm going to do some of it. Margaret Sanger's supporters were quite vocal in their assertions that she decried the actions of the German government in carrying out its eugenic policy under Adolf Hitler, Hermann Göring, Heinrich Himmler, Adolf Eichmann, and Reinhard Heydrich. And they point to the public denunciations as such policies as forced sterilizations, gassings, and mercy killings as proof of her abhorrence of Hitler's regime and its actions. True, she had written, Edith Howell Martin, that all the news in Germany is sad and horrible, and to me more dangerous than any other war going on because it has so many good people who applaud atrocities and claim it is right. The sudden antagonism in Germany against Jews and the vitriolic hatred of them, Sanger continued, is spreading underground here and is far more dangerous than the aggressive policy of the Japanese in Manchuria. By the way, Du Bois supported the Japanese doing genocide on the Chinese. Du Bois did. I have to find that and bring that up. Du Bois was an asshole. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm sorry if you're not hearing me because I am not. Okay, y'all can hear me good. Anybody that can't hear me in, let me type this out. Okay, you can hear me. Wonderful. Let me keep reading. They also point out in her books, among those tossed to the fire at the book burnings all over Germany, in a disgusting orgy of hatred that also consumed the works of Sigmund Freud, Thomas Mann, and Albert Einstein in the wake of Hitler's ascension to the chancellorship on January 30th, 1933. Remember that this was the same woman who lectured the Ku Klux Klan's Ladies Auxiliary and Silver Lake 7 years earlier. And bear in mind as well that the Jews held a very high position on the Klan's hit list. Very quickly, Margaret Sanger went and met with the Ku Klux Klan's Women's Auxiliary, white women feminists, and said, stop lynching blacks. Fund me. I'll kill the black people off for you. I can do it better than you can. This is the Margaret Sanger Planned Parenthood that's aligned with Black Lives Matter, the NAACP, the Urban League, the National Asshole Network, the Leadership Conference for Civil and Human Rights, and so forth, and the Black Baptist denominations, in particular, the National Congress of Black Churches. By the way, Planned Parenthood's unstated goal was to promote homosexuality for population control. I suspect that Margaret Sanger's a bisexual. If you go through her papers, there's very little communication between her and her husband other than for money and other things. Most of her correspondence was to other unattractive white women. How many married people do you know that don't stay in the same house, don't sleep in the same bed, and people have to write each other and call each other, but they don't live together for a lifetime? Sounds like an arranged marriage. He was her beard and she was his beard. I believe Margaret Sanger was a lesbian. To my heart, she was. And to me, you have to be a pretty wicked, anti-male woman to make it your business to kill babies, to discourage marriage. It's a wicked woman, a degenerate woman. And by the way, it's alleged, a lot of you who like Mary McLeod Bethune, it was alleged that she had an affair with Mrs. Roosevelt. By the way, Mrs. Bethune really liked Margaret Sanger and begged her to come to Bethune-Cookman College. I can't stand pork chop feminism. I'm to see all of y'all get beat down intellectually. So was Margaret Sanger a Nazi? She did subscribe to the party's philosophy. Or did she subscribe to the party's philosophy and its attendant ideology? Did her actions and associations in this country comport with her denunciations of the Hitler regime and the unspeakable atrocities it committed against so many of its own citizens while at the same time acting in the name of the German people? There are questions that have rarely, if ever, been asked, questions that cry out for answers from Margaret's supporters and apologists. As the saying goes, one can judge a person by the company they keep. So let us now do exactly that. Let us examine the company that Margaret Sanger kept, the associations and alliances she maintained, and judge for ourselves the validity of her supporters' claims and assertions. While it is true that Sanger was never a member of the Nazi Party or its American offshoot, it cannot be denied or wished away that she was in sympathy with many of its goals regarding eugenics. It has already been established quite clearly that the American eugenics movement and its German counterpart each had the same objective. Each sought to improve or purify its respective gene pool through the use of scientific means. In the US, this was carried out in various ways, such as sterilization, either voluntarily or coercively, anti-miscegenation statutes, aka don't fuck blacks, immigration laws limiting the number of people coming into this country from a particular part of the world, and so on and so forth. Germany's approaches to racial hygiene, as it was called, took on a far darker tone, especially after Hitler's ascension to the chancellorship. His rise to power took the German eugenics movement, which had originated in the late 1800s, in a wholly new and different direction. His role as the leader of the failed beer hall putsch on November 9th, 1923, put him in the Landsberg prison from 1924 to 25, a time during which he had ample opportunity to entertain visitors, steep his fellow inmates in Nazi doctrine, and just as importantly, to read, and read he did voraciously. During his time behind bars, Hitler read everything he could get his hands on, and he pored over the texts of American eugenicists like Harry Laughlin, Lothar Stoddard, and Margaret Sanger. During his confinement at Landsberg, he also dictated his autobiography Mein Kampf to his faithful secretary Rudolf Hess, who was also jailed for his part in the botched military takeover of the government in Munich. Hess would later be named Deputy Führer by Hitler until his fateful and inexplicable flight from Germany to England in 1941 at the height of World War II. The American eugenicists spoke to Hitler through the pages of their books, and their ideas on the subject reinforced his own. Hitler was especially struck by the Darwinian theme of the survival of the fittest they conveyed, and their notions seemed to confirm his own racist views. Adolf Hitler's mind made in white America. This was especially true concerning Europe's Jews, whom he had come to despise as Untermenschen or subhuman, an attitude that began to form following his encounter with them during his time as a wandering vagabond in Vienna in the early 1900s and on whom he would later unleash the full fury of his hatred upon becoming Germany's head of state. We also need to remember that Adolf Hitler was a male prostitute. Maybe Hitler's buyers were the people he hated later. Real talk. Hitler wrote at length in Mein Kampf of his revulsion of seeing hundreds of Orthodox Jews strolling along the wide thoroughfares of a city dressed in long black robes and wearing traditional head coverings, the yarmulke, and he spared no effort to hide his contempt for them. In his 2000 book on Nazi Germany, The Third Reich, A New History, author Michael Burley provides us with insight into the future German leaders' attitudes towards Jews in the passage from Hitler's tome. In a short time, Hitler wrote, quote, "I was made more thoughtful than ever by my rising insight into the type of activity carried on by the Jews in certain fields. Was there any form of filth or profligacy, particularly in cultural life, with at least one Jew involved in it? If you cut even cautiously into such an abscess, you found, like a maggot in a rotting body, often dazzled by the sudden light, a little Jew." The pages of Mein Kampf are filled to the brim with such visceral, vitriolic brand of hatred for Hitler's chosen people, chosen for extermination, that is. Hitler blamed the Jews for all kinds of social and economic ills that befell his later to be adopted country of Germany. He was actually born in the town Braunau am Inn in Austria, that he would call the pure Aryan race. To him, Jews controlled everything: the banks, the press, the military, and seemingly everything in between. There was, after all, the ones who started World War I, and they were among the November criminals who sold out the German army, in which he had served as a courier by the German people by stabbing them in the back on November 11th, 1918. What was worse in his view, it was the Jews who were despoiling the pure racial stock of the superior Nordic people. Hitler vowed to revenge himself upon them, thus saving the Aryan race from being annihilated and avenging Germany's defeat at the hands of its external enemies and those within who had so cravenly betrayed the fatherland in the Great War. Hitler claimed that by eradicating Jews, he would be doing God's work. But this would have to wait until he was released from prison and embarked on a political career. In the meantime, he continued to study eugenics, a field which would play a prominent role in the future of the German state and the world at large. During Hitler's reading on the subject, he became enamored of Harry Laughlin, Lothbridge Stoddard, Margaret Sanger, and Madison Grant, that he even sent a letter to Grant praising Grant's book, The Passing of a Great Race, calling it his Bible. He became so convinced that it was possible to breed a master race that when he became chancellor on January 30th, 1933, he immediately tasked the German medical community with making his vision a reality. Let me stop for a second. The same way that the doctors are not telling you the truth about this pandemic, doctors have often been among the most sociopathic, psychopathic profession of all. The same way that they're being silent about aborted baby tissues being in the vaccines that could cause autoimmune disease. You realize if I took some of my tissue and injected it into your veins, you could go into shock. The German doctors enthusiastically supported the mass murder and the mass death of people in Nazi Germany. The doctors, the American Medical Association, just last year called hydroxychloroquine unsafe, a drug that's been around 70 years. And they didn't talk about ivermectin, another drug that's been around 70 years. That effectively, all over the world where the coronavirus is in retreat, People are using ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. They said that these drugs did not work. Only after this dark winter that they say we're in did the American Medical Association within the last 4 weeks acknowledge that hydroxychloroquine worked after what we've been told 300,000 Americans have died. That is how vicious the medical profession is. People are worried. I know doctors, they can't say anything about what's going on because they'll get, the medical profession is like a dictatorship. It's more like an army. Why do they call the person the Surgeon General? Because the doctors function almost as a military force. Tuskegee was a military operation. Killing off the Indians, sterilizing people is a military operation. You use force and coercion, and you have organization. They've used medicine. They have used eugenics requires that doctors and nurses become soldiers, but they have a scalpel or a syringe instead of guns or grenades or tanks or bombs. And Hitler's first official acts as chancellor was the passage of the law for the prevention of hereditary diseased offsprings, which he signed into law on July 14, 1933. Under its auspices, more than 200 eugenic courts were created, and all German doctors were required to report patients who were mentally retarded, mentally ill or blind, or who were deaf or physically deformed. Even alcoholics were included in this rather lengthy laundry list of those deemed unfit by the regime. I don't know if you've been following, but there's a doctor who's friends to Fauci. They believe that nobody should live beyond the age of 75. This is some Logan's Run shit where they think all the old people should die. Look at who died in New York. Look at who's dying from this pandemic. Primarily people above the age of 50 with pre-existing conditions. So they don't think that they can afford medical care or that they want to take care of an aging population, then conveniently let them die or kill them. And this is being tolerated, no outcry. Now, for all the people that don't like the Christian church, on this issue, I'm right there with you. I'm pissed at the Christian church. Why are they silent? Why are these people who are on television with these television networks not talking about the murder of old people? People being killed in the hospital, hospitals being emptied, nurses and doctors laid off, and they say there's an epidemic in this country. They want to kill the old people. They want to destroy life. The old people with wisdom, they're treasures. They want to divide the generations like they did in Nazi Germany. They got the children away from the parents and the children away from kill off the grandparents, separate the children from the parents, teach the children this garbage where the children would inform and attack their own parents. This is the same thing that happened in the Soviet Union, happened in Nazi Germany. It's happening right now in America. Real talk. This is what they're doing. Let me keep reading. They think that old people are unfit. They think that black people are unfit. They think that people with pre-existing conditions, people warned about death panels, that people would decide whether you get health care or not. Literally, if you go to a hospital right now with this corona, someone can tell you, go home. They deny you medical care. They send you home to die. At least the Germans took you into their place and killed you. Here, they send you home to die. And they cremate the people. So if you don't die from corona, they burn you up. Nobody gets to know. You can't even have funerals. This is insane. Imagine someone took your grandmother or grandfather, said they have corona, nobody can come. We got to burn the person up. We'll send you a box in the mail. if I told you my friend in his 80s, they were killing him in the hospital down in Miami. Had I not intervened, my friend would be dead right now. I'm not even a doctor. You mean they're sitting up in a hospital with doctors all around? The man's asking for medicine and the doctors told him no. The doctors would not give him the medicine. They had to get him out of the hospital. This is the same thing that the Nazis did. It's here. And it operates with the same, as you read in the pink triangle, or I'm sorry, the pink swastika. Damn, there are two of these books. One is a gay book, one is not a gay book. Pink triangle, I mean pink swastika. You know what I mean? Let me read this. The law also stipulated that any doctor who did not properly report such individuals was subject to stiff fines in order to force compliance with its provisions. This is the same thing if they test you and they give you that bullshit test for corona, then these people have to write you up and, you know, they want to inject you and trace you. Remember the 666 thing? They want to trace everyone that has corona, that this Baphomet-looking coon, Bobby Rush from Chicago, the no-good black congressman who may be a police or FBI or military intelligence snitch that may have helped play a role in having Fred Hampton Sr. murdered December 4th, 1969, along with Mark Clark. I'm just saying. Those patients in question had their cases reviewed, listen to this, by eugenics courts consisting of party officials. These are people with no medical background. There are people on television telling you news and they don't know anything about medicine. There are people, in fact, I've put articles up from medical journals on Facebook and they've taken them off. You mean some homoerotic person in Silicon Valley from India who has no background in medicine can go against the British Medical Journal or Lancet or the Harvard Review of Medicine? I can't post academic research. I get told that this is false information by a person with no medical background. Dr. Stella Emanuel, a friend of mine who's treated thousands of patients for corona, if I put her video up, my Facebook page will be taken down. Any of my pages will be taken down if I have doctors who treat people for corona. I can't share their information without them attacking me, saying that this isn't factual by people who are not doctors. They're now using this social media to function as a eugenics boards. Understand me. Consisting of party officials and public health officers who would take a look at their medical records and interview their friends and colleagues before issuing their decision as to whether to order them sterilized. By the way, the vaccine causes sterility, Black women. The vaccine causes sterility, Black men. The coronavirus attacks 39 receptor cells in the testicles, in particular of Black men. They are literally working to exterminate us. This is a bioweapon. Ask anybody, why do they do SARS tests for corona? And if SARS comes from corona, why aren't we talking about SARS-2 instead of COVID-19? Why can't they have some consistency in how they talk about this damn disease stuff? This is a big, greasy chicken grab. Have you ever tried to catch a chicken with grease on it? You're going to have a hard time because it'll get out your hands. They deliberately want this confusing for us not to understand what's happening. When you look Go look up Trump and you'll find out that they'll say that Trump got treated for SARS, but you told us he had COVID. Is COVID SARS or is SARS COVID? Or are they two different things or are they the same? Why won't they make that plain? And if it's SARS, why do they call it COVID? And if COVID is MERS and SARS put together, why do they just have a SARS test versus a MERS SARS test for COVID? Are y'all understanding me? I mean, I'm not that smart, but you know, at least be consistent when the story starts getting confused and they're supposedly the experts. You mean you can't make this make sense for me to understand, but I'm just supposed to let you inject my ass? No, to hell with that. Let me keep reading this. The patients themselves never had any choice in the matter. They're telling people if you want this job, you have to take the injection no matter what. Sound familiar? This is Nazism being done right now. And who's overwhelmingly the people that work in the hospital that wash the clothes and clean? They're black. They're black and brown and poor. And if you're a truck driver and you work for the city, the jobs that our people, most black people's jobs, are concentrated in government, state or local service, or in the service industry. These are all the places where people have to get the injections. You don't see them trying to inject people on Wall Street, not these rich white people. It's not going to happen like that. There are people who want to make welfare, or should say EBT. If you want to eat, you got to get the shot. If you want a job, you have to get a shot. You want to go in the store, you have to get a shot. This is a mark of the beast, people. This is Satanism, pure and plain. Pure and plain. Let me keep reading. The Nazism. This is all this is socialism. It's already here. And you hate Donald Trump. He's against this. Donald Trump is a jacked up person. Donald Trump's against this. Let me share this with you. As much as Donald Trump is a piece of work, had we had Biden or Kamala as president right now, we would have all been forcibly injected already. I have Bell's palsy. You'd all be messed up already. One person has screwed up this pre-planned pandemic. It's Donald Trump. One man messed up a plan to destroy the lives of millions. I don't have to like everything he says or does. I don't have to like him saying shithole countries. But I'm glad the man that said shithole countries didn't let this vaccine be forced on me or my people. Whether you hate Donald Trump or not, notice how nobody in the White House has had to get a shot. Notice how Pence, who's selling Trump out, he took the shot. You don't see Trump taking it. Let the rich white people take it. If they take it, even if they do, we won't get the same stuff. I say be very careful. Consult with your doctors. Do your research. Do your research. Be careful. Let me keep going. Let me keep going. Let me keep reading this. I'm sorry. Listen to this. The patients themselves never had any choice in the matter. In fact, if they did not submit to the court's demand that they appear willingly, they would be forced to do so. By the time the Third Reich collapsed around Hitler and a nightmarish Gottverdammerung in April 1945, the law for the prevention of hereditary disease offspring had exacted a frightful toll on Germany's populace, claiming over 400,000 victims. It's almost about the number of people they said have died from COVID. 400,000 victims of the Nazis' rabid obsession with creating a master race. And right now they're trying to create a master race of people who don't have viruses. So we're going to just vaccinate people every time, just keep creating vaccines and just inject people with everything. And that's going to make everything wonderful. Hey, stand up, strap up. The aforementioned law and others like it were the product of Hitler's and the Nazis' tortured belief and the doctrine of blood and soil. which among other things preached the superiority of the Aryan or the northern Indian race above all others, especially those of Jewish descent. In addition to being the source of all the world's ills, Jews simply did not fit into Hitler's notion of the ideal man, therefore must be eliminated along with a whole slew of people who did not measure up. People like Slavs, Gypsies, Negroes, and yes, those physically and mentally deficient people who were subjected to the tender mercies of Hitler's eugenic courts. Hitler's idea of the perfect man sounds like he's gay. Listen to this. The perfect man. You're so cute. You fine. The perfect man was a tall, blonde, fair-skinned Adonis. By the way, Adonis is a gay Greek mythological character. So Hitler wants a fair-skinned Adonis who would be possessed with almost superhuman strength and whose qualities, and would use those qualities to fight Hitler's war and usher in the existence of a 1,000-year Reich. And the Führer, the leader, would have plenty of help in realizing his dream from the likes of Heinrich Himmler, Reichsführer, and a former chicken farmer, fanatical propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels, Gestapo chief Reinhard Heydrich, Adolf Eichmann, the architect of the final solution to the Jewish question, and thousands more. As cruel and inhuman as the first law was, however, it paled in comparison to the enactment of the so-called Nuremberg laws. The Nuremberg laws, passed by the German Reichstag on September 15, 1935, now effectively stripped of the basic protections of all other Germans enjoyed. Jews in Germany were no longer citizens in their own land. The preamble of the law of the protection of German blood in honest states, and viewed with the insight that the purity of the German blood is a prerequisite for the continued existence of the German people, and inspired by the inflexible will to ensure the existence of a German nation, the Reichstag has unanimously adopted the following law, which is hereby promulgated. Restrictions placed on German Jews were immediate and far-reaching, included prohibitions on the marriage between Jews and subjects of German and kindred blood, extramarital intercourse between the same, and hiring of Jews by female subjects of German kindred and blood who are under the age of 45. Notice, if you will, the use of the word subject instead of citizen in the new law. The difference between the two could not be clearer. Citizens possess certain rights and their corresponding responsibilities, which include having a voice in how the affairs of the state are conducted. Subjects have no such rights. They are not participants in the democratic process, but are rather little more than onlookers who are waiting for the next diktat from on high. Sounds like black people. It is both telling and tragic that the Nazis viewed not only the Jews, but the rest of their own populace in such a condescending fashion. What is even more astonishing is that, with very few exceptions, the German people just sat there and took it. This is the nature of dictatorship, not a nation of free men. Indeed, Frederick Osborne stated Germany's rapidity in change with respect to eugenics was possible only under a dictator. However, the Nuremberg laws, as the new legislation came to be known, extended to far more than just sexual intercourse between Jew and Gentile. All aspects of Jewish life in Germany were affected, from the refusal of shops and restaurants to serve Jewish patrons to the denial of a chance to receive a college education, to prohibitions on employment and the trades and professions, and practically everything else. Drawing on how blacks in the United States had been and were being treated, Hitler succeeded in making the lot of German Jews so unbearable that many of them, those who could afford to do so after the Reich confiscated most, if not all, of their property first, would leave the country. I want to emphasize that The Nuremberg laws that Hitler imposed on Jews and blacks and others in Germany were based on the Jim Crow laws put on black Americans. The German Nazis traveled to America to study how we were being wiped out slowly and kept down by Jim Crow and applied it to their niggers. American Jewry pretends as if this Holocaust is unique to them. We were the template for what happened to them. The laws that Hitler made for Jews were based on America's laws for blacks. I repeat, the Nuremberg laws of the Nazis, for which people were hung in Germany during the Nuremberg trials later, were copied off of American law applied to blacks. Are you understanding me? That the Nazis are the German version of white racial supremacy in America. And it is a copy. Now that those people have come here after World War II, many generations are now implementing to us what was done to the Jews, copied off of what was done to the blacks. They're now imitating their imitation in the land of its origin. And they are connected with the Luciferian, neo-pagan, anti-Christian, anti-life, anti-family deviants. And they're using medicine, law, sexual confusion, the destruction of religious rights, and so forth to get this done. And this is happening here and now, in your face, right now. There's nothing new under the sun of a man, that's a quote from a man who called himself black and lovely, named Solomon. Nothing's new under the sun. Listen to this. And they did, many of them ranging from the noted physicist Albert Einstein, the father of the theory of relativity. Let me just stop for 1 second. How many of you guys have heard of Albert Einstein? Albert Einstein? Albert Einstein? I want to just tell you, Albert Einstein's overrated, people. Albert Einstein's overrated. I'm going to put a name up. You guys need to look him up. Albert Einstein's overrated. I'm going to put a name up that you need to know about. I'm going to spell this name out. I'm going to put this name up because they don't talk about it. Before anybody ever tells you about Albert Einstein again, you need to tell their asses about Dr. Elmer Imes. Dr. Elmer Imes was a black physicist with a PhD that Einstein borrowed much of his theory from. Dr. Elmer Imes, I believe at one point was the president of the Association of American Physicists. The atomic bomb comes from a black man. Y'all been lied to. Y'all been lied to. Einstein gets the credit. Einstein is Elvis Presley, and Elmer Imes is B.B. King, Big Daddy Crudup. It's the same way. It's some Elvis Presley shit, and y'all believe that. Y'all been lied to. Y'all been lied to. And by the way, Einstein wasn't a nice guy. He abused his wife. He was a sexual deviant. I'm not trying to take away from that. Dr. Elmer Imes, a black man, an ADOS, a B1, an FBA, a DAFTA man who was into spectrology, who knew about the atoms. Einstein don't know shit about no atoms. Tired of them, tired of these. The Boulets should be celebrated. Why don't you know about Elmer Imes? But every time you turn around, Einstein, 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 Einstein. What about Imes? The name's easy to pronounce for lazy ass people. Max Planck, okay, fine. But what about Imes? You know, y'all know, everybody knows the Germans, know about the Jews, da 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 da. Right. Well, Max Planck, Imes, Einstein, come on. Elmer Imes, look him up. You're going to be upset when you find out, my God, this brother was doing all this stuff from a segregated school with almost no help. This black man's a genius. No monuments, no science departments named for him. When they talk about the atomic bomb and the Manhattan Project, not one freaking mention of Elmer Imes. And they say, Einstein, Einstein, the brilliance. So we've got to open up all the university positions to Jewish folk. I'm not, but you say black people can't make it in science. It's a damn lie. Sorry. This stuff make you mad. Let me calm down. And if you try to teach Elmer Imes, like I would do as a teacher, well, why don't you stick to the text? Some coon-ass person tell me that. Look him up. And there are other black people that did stuff. You'll never hear. It's as if we never did anything. We got educated people. Why didn't Obama give him a Presidential Medal of Freedom posthumously? We keep moving. Albert Einstein, the father of relativity, Edward Teller, the father of the atomic bomb, and the renowned actress and lesbian, Marlene Dietrich, who took their brains and talents with them to new homes because of the brain drain that resulted from the mindless and breathtakingly racist laws. Now in place in the Third Reich, Germany became educationally and culturally impoverished and would pay dearly a few short years hence for its leaders' warped ideas of what constituted a master race. For those Jews who remained, racist sterilization laws and denial of their basic rights as German citizens turned out to be the least of their worries compared with what awaited them in places like Dachau, Treblinka, Bergen-Belsen, Sobibor, and worst of all, Auschwitz. For the final solution of the Jewish question was also part and parcel of the Nazi eugenics program. At this point, let us refer back to Margaret Sanger's May 21st, 1933 letter to Edith Howe Martin, in which she expressed such shock and outrage at the sympathy and plight for the Jews living in Hitler's Germany. Notice she didn't talk about the black kids that had been sterilized to kill in Germany. Sanger didn't cry out for them. Sanger's a racist, closet lesbian. One would have thought that someone with her stature and high public profile would be doing everything possible to assist these horribly oppressed souls, like lobbying the U.S. government to amend the Immigration Restriction Act of 1924 to allow more, not fewer, Jews to escape Hitler's tyranny. Sadly, no record exists on her having made such an effort. Indeed, she and her colleagues in the eugenics movement did the exact opposite, resolutely opposed any increase in the number of people, including Jews, who were seeking to come to this country. Of this, we do have a record, which is contained in the April 1932 issue of the Birth Control Review. In this piece, Sanger left no doubt as her position on this question. Sanger was quite blunt, writing that America should, quote, keep the doors of immigration closed to the entrance of certain aliens whose condition is known to be detrimental to the stamina of the race, such as feeble-minded, idiots, morons, insane, syphilitic, epileptic, criminal, professional, prostitutes, and others in this class by the immigration laws, close quote. Because of her views and those of other eugenicists, the United States made no provision to allow the increase in the number of Jews who were attempting to flee Hitler's reign of terror to come to America. In fact, as David Wyman writes in The Abandonment of the Jews, America and the Holocaust, only 21,000 Jews were admitted during the entirety of our involvement in World War II. We like to pride ourselves in the idea that the words inscribed in the Statue of Liberty, which that read, "Give me your poor, your tired, your wretched refuse, your huddled masses yearning to be free," actually mean something. But in this case, they did not. It will be to our everlasting shame as a nation that we knew what was happening to the Jews in Germany, yet deliberately chose to do next to nothing because of Margaret Sanger and her ilk. By knowing what we know about her racist views and associations, could one have expected anything less from one of the country's leading eugenicists? There exists a common misperception that Germany's eugenics program originated with the onset of Hitler's regime, but in reality, the sterilization of the so-called unfit persons was promoted at least as far back as the First World War. A number of writers have commented on the subject, including the author Gisela Bloch, who writes that the idea at the end of the conflict, sterilization was widely and passionately viewed as a solution to an urgent social problem. I'm going to skip that. I can stop there. I want to go. Let me flip over a couple of pages because I want to do something else. Okay. Y'all with me? I got some more here. Let me keep reading this. A number of writers have commented on this subject, including the okay, let me skip that. Gisela Bloch, who writes at the end of the okay. Paul Wendling reveals that the emphasis on the coercive sterilization predated the Third Reich and had been developed and lobbied for during the Weimar years. By the way, Weimar was a big gay communist swishy regime that came after World War I all the way up to Hitler. It was a switch-hitting regime. And some of the eugenic researchers were not happy about the new regime's actions. He cites one German eugenicist named Richard Goldschmidt after complaining that the Nazis took over our entire plan for eugenic measures. Weidling elaborates later, the authoritarian politics provided favorable circumstances for eugenicists to exert influence on social policy and the planning of sterilization legislation. Moreover, the Nazi policy of coercive sterilization, contrary to popular belief, was not a homegrown one. Far from it. In fact, it had lots of help. As stated earlier, Hitler read voraciously during his imprisonment and had taken a keen interest in the progress of the eugenics movement of the United States. So by the time he was released in 1925, he was well versed in the subject. He spoke with particular pride to one fellow Nazi, "I have followed with great interest the laws of several American states concerning the prevention of reproduction by people whose progeny in all probability would be of no value or be injurious to the racial stock." One state whose eugenic policy Hitler followed quite closely was California, which led the United States and forced sterilizations. The California law signed in 1909 by Governor James Gillette sought to reduce the number of social misfits by sterilizing their parents and read as followed. Whenever the option of the medical superintendent of any state hospital or superintendent of a California home for the care and training of feeble-minded children, or of the resident physician of any state prison, it would be beneficial to the conducive and the benefit of the physical, mental, or moral condition of any inmate of any said state hospital, home, or state prison to be asexualized, then such a superintendent or resident physician shall call in consultation the general superintendent of the state hospitals and the secretary of the state board of health, and they shall jointly examine into all the particulars of the case with the said superintendent or resident physician, and if their opinion or in the opinion of any two of them, asexualization will be beneficial to such an inmate, patient, or convict, they may perform the same. Albert Wellerstein writes in his book, States of Eugenics, whenever the opinion is the crucial phase that defined the character of the eugenics in California, operations were performed at the discretion of the superintendents. Also worth noting is that nowhere in California law does the word sterilization mention. Rather, the procedure was called asexualization. The use of such a euphemism, it could be argued, would rather be like an abortion supporter using the phrase pro-choice to mask their real sentiments. It was this law, like others around the country, which would inspire Margaret Sanger's cohort, Harry Laughlin, and crafting his model eugenical sterilization law in 1922. Interestingly, Laughlin helped get Congress to pass the Immigration Restriction Act 2 years later. This was the same law the reader would recall that Sanger was so vocal and citing when she opposed the increase in the number of Jews who were seeking to flee Hitler's Germany. Wellerstein goes on to inform us because that California's original law was seen to be too vague. It was repealed in 1913 and replaced with a new, stronger sterilization mandate that allowed the State Department of Mental Hygiene to sterilize a patient. The first section of the 1913 statute, Wellerstein writes, specified that the patient must be afflicted with hereditary insanity or incurable chronic mania or dementia. What follows in Section 2, Wellerstein notes, is simply an exact duplicate of the 1909 statute, which enabled sterilization at the discretion of physicians with no further specifications of the kinds of the reasons that had to be given. The 1913 law that so inspired the Nazis and some of their allies in the U.S. was amended in 1917 and again in 1923 on the first occasion to add those suffering from perversion or marked departures from normal mentality or from the disease of a syphilitic nature, and the second to expand the list, are y'all with me, to include prisoners who were convicted of molesting young girls under the age of 10. Wellerstein writes that no further changes to this legislation took place until 1951, when the law was substantially rewritten as a general overhaul of health legislation. Laughlin had issues with the California law, but they were more in the way in which it was worded than how effective it was. For instance, he believed it lacked specificity and relied too much on the use of the word may, which appeared no less than 7 times in its original form when it came to who had the mandatory authority to order a sterilization procedure to him. The use of such a word defeated the very idea of compliance. For a law to be compulsory for the physicians, he wrote, then the course must be no gap in the chains of mandates, which begins with the order for the appointment of the executive officers and ends with the actual surgical procedure of sterilization. A single may exerted in the chain of execution makes the whole procedure an optional one, or at least a non-compulsory one. To Laughlin, the absence of any language mandating action on the part of the doctors was not only pointless, but totally unsatisfactory and unacceptable. Nonetheless, despite his misgivings, Laughlin could not argue with the results. In fact, he could not help but express his admiration for the way that the Golden State was carrying out its eugenics program. To California, he wrote effusively, must be given the credit for making most of her sterilization laws. The history of the application of these statutes shows an honest and competent effort to improve the racial qualities of future generations. Note here the use of the word racial qualities that Laughlin employed employed in his paean to the California eugenicists. Nowhere in the text of the original 1919 law were these words used, nor were they in the 1913 statute that replaced it, nor were they in the law which was amended in 1917 and in 1923. One is tempted to ponder what went through the minds of the folks upon the reading of these sentiments, but since they have all along since departed the world, we will never know. One thing we do know for certain is that the German eugenicists and the Führer, who commanded them to do his bidding, looked time and time again to their counterparts across the Atlantic Ocean for guidance in creating the perfect race of men, a race of men that were unlike any the world had ever seen before. The race of men free from all human frailty, a race of men who would be unburdened by disease, by physical deformity or mental illness, and a race of men, in their view, would come to dominate the world through a new science of selective breeding. One example of such guidance was Harry Laughlin's aforementioned, the model eugenical sterilization law, which had led to the Eugenic Records Office. Hope would serve as a template for a program of selective breeding in every state. It was this law which served as a model for the future German race and population control society. Nazi Germany made in America. Not surprisingly, it was enthusiastically supported by German eugenicists like Dr. Ernst Rudin, who, by the way, was a colleague of W.B. Du Bois. All of you Boule coons out there, go to hell. Dr. Ernst Rudin, the director of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute for Genealogy in Munich, who worked with the Ford and Rockefeller Foundation and worked with American doctors around eugenics and worked with Margaret Sanger and W.B. Du Bois and other eugenicists. Real talk. And published in Margaret Sanger's Birth Control Review. Rudin and other German eugenicists were so taken with Laughlin's work and the proposed law that resulted in how they that they bestowed a special award on him in 1936 from Heidelberg University for his work in the science of racial cleansing. Laughlin was so delighted with the award that he wanted to accept it personally, but was unable to do so because he could not make the trip to Germany himself. So he picked it up from the Rockefeller Foundation instead. That means the Rockefeller Foundation was there, and the Fords working with this eugenics to kill off the blacks and kill people. And these are the folks that are funding Black Lives Matter, Planned Parenthood, and this vaccination process. Come on, come on, come on. Work with me. Rudin was one of the foremost German researchers in the field of selective breeding, and along with Dr. Alfred Ploetz, was part of the expert committee on the question of population and race theory. The group was assembled by the German Interior Minister Wilhelm Frick on June 2, 1933, to plan the course of Nazi racial policy. Under this mandate, the group quickly went to work, and by July 14 had devised a number of recommendations that would soon become known as the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring, the first of the Nazi sterilization statutes, which would take effect January 1, 1934. Rudin and others repeatedly credited American eugenicists like Harry Laughlin, Lothbridge Stoddard, Dr. Paul Papineau as their inspiration in crafting their racial hygiene legislation, and they specifically cited California's coercive sterilization law as the basis for the new German legislation. In her article, Legal and Medical Aspects of Eugenic Sterilization in Germany,
author Mary Kopp wrote, the leaders of the German sterilization movement state repeatedly that their legislation was formulated after careful study of the California experiment as reported by Mr. Gosney and Dr. Paul Papineau. It would have been impossible, they say, to undertake such a venture involving some 1 million people without drawing heavily on the previous experience elsewhere. We will examine the case of Dr. Papineau and his connection to Margaret Sanger later on, but for the moment, let us continue to focus on Rudin and his work. I'm almost done here. As previously mentioned, the German eugenics had been hard at work at least since the years following the First World War, and their recommendation had been the place since the Weimar Republic, but they were never really acted upon by any succession of German governments. Understandably frustrated, many of them, but all of that changed when Hitler took power January 30th, 1933. Now, for the first time, their work would not only be taken seriously, but made a top priority under the new regime. Rudin, for one, could hardly contain himself at the charge of the course. In his address to the German Society for German Race Hygiene, he expressed his delightful gratitude. The significance of racial hygiene did not become evident to all aware Germans until the political activity of Adolf Hitler. Rudin gushed, and only through his work has our 30-year-long dream of translating racial hygiene into action has become a reality. Calling the new policy a duty of honor, he continued, we can hardly express our efforts more plainly or appropriately than in the words of the Führer. Whoever does not physically or mentally fit must not pass on his defects to his children. The state must take care of only those fit to produce children. Conversely, it must be regarded as reprehensible to withhold healthy children from the state. Margaret Sanger's disciples are quick to dismiss any links to the German eugenicists, yet the evidence is to the contrary is quite clear. For example, her Birth Control Review carried an article penned by Rudin titled Eugenic Sterilization and Urgent Need, which appeared in print 3 months before the landmark sterilization legislation was passed in Germany. Although her supporters go to great lengths to assure that Sanger was no Nazi sympathizer, they do not deny the fact that she also corresponded with Rudin and never once repudiated or condemned his views. In fact, despite her professed outrage at what happened to 6 million Jews in the Holocaust, Sanger and her cohorts and the American eugenics movement at some point must be held accountable for supporting the eugenic policies of the German government, which made the whole thing possible in the first place and which destroyed so many innocent lives in pursuit of the mad dream of establishing a master race. Rudin's sentiments were not reserved just for his German people. He wrote an essay easily tailored specifically to his counterparts in the U.S. that, in his words, were concerned only with the sterilization as a voluntary practice, that is, undertaken with the consent of the patient himself or his statutory guardians. How different this was from the policy of coerced sterilization that he and others in the field were preparing for enactment into law in his homeland. But Rudin, like many American eugenicists, knew that the people in this country would never support a national policy of coerced sterilization, despite the efforts of those like Harry Laughlin to bring that about. Therefore, in Rudin's estimation, a program of systematic and careful propaganda should be undertaken where sterilization is advisable. Such propaganda should, of course, be gradual and should be directed at the first insistence at medical directors and institutions and schools, medical officers of health, look at the doctors again, and finally, private practitioners. If one did not know better, this would sound eerily similar to the religious appeal that Sanger advocated be made to the rebellious Black congregations who opposed her Negro Project as an act of genocide against them. American eugenicists like Lothrop Stoddard, who Margaret Sanger appointed to the board of directors to her American Birth Control League, often traveled to Germany to compare notes with their brethren in the fatherland. In Stoddard's case, he journeyed to Germany in 1934 and was granted an exclusive audience with Hitler himself. Needless to say, Stoddard, who applauded the German dictator's rise to power in 1933, was impressed by his tete-a-tete with the Führer. In his book, The Nazi Connection, Eugenics and American Racism and National Socialism, Stefan Kohl writes how Stoddard lauded his German hosts for increasing both the size and quality of the population, and how he praised them and the sound citizens to reproduce with the drastic curve of defective elements. Stoddard did not stop there. According to Kohl, he spoke in glowing terms of how the Germans were weeding out the worst strains in Germanic stock in a truly scientific and humanitarian way. And when it came to the Jews, who the Germans targeted not only for persecution, but for sterilization and abortion. Dumbass black folks talking about choice. Get out my face. Stoddard wrote Into the Darkness that Nazi Germany today, the Jew problem is settled in principle and is soon to be settled by the physical elimination of Jews themselves from the Third Reich. Let me read this again. This is Lothar Stoddard. I have his book. You can't, if you look for the Rising Tide of Color, if you're lucky to get a copy, it's $1,000, $1,500, $5,000 book. It's hardback. But you can get like a remake on Amazon. I have one, but I have an original copy and store it somewhere. That's a $5,000 book. These racist people's books are classics. When someone will pay $5,000, $10,000 for one of these racist books, that says that very important people are willing to pay that to read it. Can you believe that? I got the book for $20. Now that book is worth $2,000, $3,000. $5,000 for, that's how much they love the book. Let me read that again. The Jew problem is already settled in principle and is soon to be settled by the physical elimination of the Jews themselves from the Third Reich. This man is on the board of Planned Parenthood, or should I say the American Birth Control League, celebrating the murder of Jews, celebrating the murder of Jews. And folks jump on Farrakhan. I don't have to be in the Nation of Islam. Farrakhan halfway says something, the whole world's denouncing him. This person on Planned Parenthood celebrates the murder of Jews. And okay. Was Stoddard writing only about the coerced sterilization and forced abortions of German Jews? Was he referring to the Nazi policy of driving Germany's Jews from the country to seek refuge in other lands, such as England and the United States? Did he also mean the deportation of Jews to places like Poland, where they would be forcibly resettled? Or did Hitler, in the course of their time together in 1934, give him some peek into what was eventually to become Germany's first, and then first of Germany, and then all of Europe's Jews? By its title, Into the Darkness may have been an attempt by Stoddard to engage in second-guessing the motives of Hitler's regime vis-a-vis the Jews. So be it. Nevertheless, it remains that Stoddard, like his fellow American Birth Control League board member, Harry Laughlin, and their boss, Margaret Sanger, were all avowed racists who looked at eugenics as a primary weapon and extermination of inferior human beings. Stoddard, however, was by no means the only American eugenicist with whom the Nazis attempted to curry favor. Another was Leo Whitney, the executive director of the American Eugenics Society. Whitney was also an enthusiastic supporter of Germany's forced sterilization program and looked upon it with a rather macabre combination of both wistfulness and envy, saying Germany's headlong leap into the eugenics abyss, while we were pussyfooting around, the Germans were calling a spade a spade. Whitney's sentiments were echoed by some of the high-profile, otherwise respectable Americans. One of these people was Dr. Joseph DeJarnette, the superintendent of Virginia's Western State Hospital, who, in an interview with the Richmond Times-Dispatch gals, the Germans are beating us at our own game. Let me read that again. The Germans are beating us at our own game. Whitney's work was so highly regarded in German eugenics circles that Hitler's asking for white American stuff. And Hitler's the most evil man that ever existed. This is what they tell us. Well, who did he get it from? The book's telling you he got it from people here who've been doing this to us. And all y'all look at these interracial commercials on TV and you think we're in a racial millennium, or you voted for that punk Obama. Y'all deserve what y'all get. Whitney's work was so highly regarded in eugenics circles that Hitler himself requested a copy of his book, The Case for Forced Sterilization. My Lord. When Whitney compiled and immediately received a letter from Hitler thanking him for his indulgence, according to Whitney's unpublished autobiography, he later met with this guy, racist guy I told you about, Madison Grant, and showed him the German dictator's correspondence, whereupon Grant showed him a letter from the Fuhrer. I got a letter from Hitler too. Look at mine, man. Hitler's cool. He sent me a letter. Look at this. It's autographed. It says Adolf. These are white elites, Fauci's precursors, matching and comparing Hitler letters. They got you obsessed about what happened in Germany going on 80 years ago, and this stuff is happening right now in America with the grandchildren of these devils that I'm reading about in this book. Let me keep reading. I'll go back. According to Whitney's unpublished autobiography, he later met with Madison Grant and showed him the German dictator's correspondence, whereupon Grant showed him a letter from the Fuhrer, which thanked him for writing The Passing of a Great Race. Basically, this was a call to arms to exterminate non-white people. I've got a copy of it too. I think it's a $2,000 book as well. And I'm not boasting. It's not my house. Don't kick at my door. It's in storage somewhere. Nazi Germany made in America. You, my dear FBA B1 ADOS, you're America's Jews. Stupids. Hitler described his book as his Bible. Hitler looks to white America as his Bibles, the disciples, the patristic fathers of what he's doing to Jews and Slavs. It's all based on how white America treats us. Got y'all crying crocodile tears for Jews. You need to cry for yourselves. Let me say this again. Hitler thanked him for writing The Passing of the Great Race. Hitler described the book as his Bible, and Whitney concluded that given his actions, one could believe it. In other words, Whitney's saying, yeah, Hitler's doing what I wanted to do. Let us now turn to another American eugenicist whom the Germans credited as was serving as their inspiration. Dr. Paul H. Papineau. Papineau, William Tucker tells us, was the author of the most widely used American eugenics text and the editor of the Journal of Heredity. Papineau had served in the U.S. Army during World War I and specialized in the study of sexually transmitted diseases before turning to the field of eugenics, and had advocated the practice of eugenic sterilization, which he wrote in an article that appeared April 1933 in the issue of Margaret Sanger's Birth Control Review as one of the many indispensable measures of any modern program of social welfare. He called it, sterilization, an integral part of a general system of protecting protection, parole, and supervision for those who by reason of mental disease or deficiency are unstable to meet the responsibilities of citizenship. Sterilization, Papineau concluded, promotes eugenics by cutting off some of the lines of descent that are spreading mental disease and mental defects throughout the population. He went on to observe at the time there were approximately 5 million people in the United States who would at some time be committed to state hospitals as being insane, and another 5 million or more who were deficient intellectually with less than 70% of average intelligence, as to be, in many cases, liabilities rather than assets to the race. He warned his readers, the situation will grow worse instead of better if steps are not taken to control reproduction of the mentally handicapped, and that the eugenic sterilization represents one such step as a practical humanitarian and certain in its results. To Papineau, the German eugenics program that includes killing blacks, people, was a virtual godsend. The Nazis had done their homework and were showing the world how to do things the right way. He saw how Hitler had read the definitive German work on heredity by researchers Bohr, Fischer, and Lenz, and concluded that the Nazis were basing the results of their findings solidly on the application of biological principles to human society. It is little wonder then that Papineau was so bullish on Germany's eugenics program. After all, he had been both directly and intimately involved in the passage of California's notorious coercive sterilization law of 1909, a law under which the reader will recall more than 20,000 people had their lives permanently and unalterably damaged. Like a proud father whose child had not only learned from him, but had gone him one better than now, Papineau, in his own words, had given his enthusiastic blessing to the ruination of millions of German lives. By praising the efforts of the Nazi regime, he had linked himself forever to one of the most despicable, cruel, and inhuman governments in all of human history. Just how lethal Papineau's eugenic views were can be found in his endorsement of executing the unfit. In his textbook of applied eugenics, he stated, from a historical point of view, the first method which presents itself is execution. Its value in keeping the standard of the race should not be underestimated. Elsewhere in applied eugenics, Papineau advanced other methods of which he called lethal selection, even devoting an entire chapter to the idea. In it, Papineau wrote that the lethal selection involved the destruction of the individual by some adverse feature of the environment, such as cold, listen to this, or bacteria, or body deficiency. We should add virus. We have all read of the atrocities committed by the Nazis in World War II. Horrible, unspeakable abuses involved gas chambers and ovens at Auschwitz. The hideous experiments performed on prisoners by Dr. Joseph Mengele, and the duplicitous part that was played in all of this by German companies like IG Farben, which supplied the poison gas Zyklon B to the death camps. Let me just stop. The gas that was used to kill the Jews could not be made without chemicals from the DuPont Chemical Corporation based in Delaware. These are the patrons to the nigger Klansman that you voted for by the name of Joe Biden. He's a client of the DuPont family. The DuPonts got rich helping to kill Jews. Y'all don't believe me? Let me stop for a second. I'll pick back up because y'all think I'm BSing. Y'all think I'm BSing. Hold on, let me get this because y'all making me mad. Y'all making me mad. I don't like when people fuss with me. Hold on. Okay. I'm back in this book here. Wall Street and the Rise of the Nazis. I.G. Farben, the people who made the gas to kill the Jews, right? Everybody did 6 million Jews, whatever, they gas, right? Where they get the gas from. Who were the prominent Wall Street establishment financiers who directed the activities of IG and the IG Farben affiliates in the United States promoting Nazi propaganda? American IG Farben directors included some of the more prominent members of Wall Street. German interests re-entered the United States after World War I and successfully overcame barriers designed to keep IG Farben out of the American market. Neither seizure of German patents, establishments of the Chemical Foundation, nor high tariff walls were a major problem. By 1925, General Dyestuff Corporation was established as the exclusive selling agent for products manufactured by Gasselli Dyestuff, renamed General Aniline Works in 1929 and imported from Germany. The stock of General Aniline Works was transferred in 1929 to the American IG Chemical Corporation and later to the General in 1939 to the General Aniline Film Corporation and into the American IG and General Aniline Works were merged. American IG and its successor, General Aniline and Film, is the unit through which control IG Farben's enterprises in the United States, which was maintained. The stock authorization for American IG was $3 million and 3 million common stocks shares and 3 million common B shares. In return for stock interest in General Aniline Works and AFCA Ansco Corporation, IG Farben in Germany received all the B shares and 400,000 A shares. $30 million in convertible bonds was sold to the American public and guaranteed to principal and interest by the German IG Farben, which received an option to purchase an additional 1 million shares. You want to know where the gas came from to kill the Jews? Let's read who are on the board of directors in the 1930s when Hitler is preparing to kill Jews, Slavs, and everybody. Here are the directors of the partner company of the German poison gas making people. The directors of American IG in 1930. The director is Karl Borsch. He's a German citizen. He's with the Ford Motor Company. The other director people, Edsel B. Ford of the Ford family, of the American Ford Motor Company, Detroit. Max Igner, German, directed IG Farben. He's in German intelligence. He was found guilty of the Nuremberg war crimes. F. Termir, German, guilty of the Nuremberg war crimes trials. H.A. Metz, director of IG Farben, Germany, and the Bank of Manhattan. Notice that he's director of IG Farben. He doesn't get into trouble like the other people. See, they let the bankers and the rich people off. C.E. Mitchell, United States citizen, director of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and National City Bank. It's the people that gas the Jews. Hermann Schmidt, who's president of the board. German, on the board of IG Farben, Deutsche Bank, Bank for International Settlements, judge guilty of the Nuremberg War criminal trials. Walter Teagle, you need to know this guy. He's with the Rockefellers. Director of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York and Standard Oil of New Jersey. That's a Rockefellers guy. W.H. von Raff, an American citizen, director of the German Electrical. Paul M. Warburg, who, by the way, is Jewish. He's Jewish. It's a Jewish man on the board of the company that made the gas that killed Jews. Don't blame me. That's what it says. You want to look at it? His name is Warburg. Look at the bottom. It's right there. The Warburgs were rich Jews that worked with the Rothschilds. The next time someone calls you an anti-Semite, if you criticize something in Israel that's legit, and you're not making a racial slur on Jewish folks, ask yourself, how is it that very wealthy Jewish people would work with the Nazis and letting poor Jews get killed? And they're not anti-Semites, and nobody complains about them. Get mad. I mean, I didn't put this name here. I didn't write this. I didn't give him money. Watch me get into trouble. Watch me get into trouble. They're going to say I picked on someone. All I'm saying is that you have a very wealthy Jewish man that works with the Rothschilds. You got them with the Rockefellers, and they're all with this thing with Hitler. Killing Jews. And by the way, the Holocaust did take place. I'm not a Holocaust denier. My great-great-uncle was tortured by the Germans in Belgium in December of 1944. They experimented on him, as they did other blacks that they captured at the Battle of the Bulge. I don't have any love for Nazi or Nazism. Holocaust is real. They tried to kill the patriarch of my family. I can't stand Nazis. But I have to be honest when I try to get answers. What the hell is going on? I want to know because I grew up seeing the dismembered leg of my great-great-uncle who they had injected, and it caused wasting, and they had to amputate his leg or it would have eaten up his whole body. These Germans were doing biological experimentation with necrosis, with things that could eat up people. This was done to my great-great-uncle. I'm just saying. So no love for Nazis here. So if anyone Jewish is on here going to try to say, oh, he likes it. No, I don't like the Nazis at all. But I don't like injustice at all. I don't care who does it. If it happens in Haifa or happens in Harlem, I won't like it. If the Arabs do it, if Christians do it, if Muslims do it, you know, I want my MFM. I just want you to see this. And by the way, this is on page 46 in Anthony Sutton, the table on the directors of IG Farben. Let me just read this, and I'm going to stop. The management of the American IG, this is the IG Farben people, was dominated by IG and former IG officials. Herman Schmitz served as the president from 1929 to 1936, and that was later succeeded by his brother Dietrich A. Schmitz, a naturalized U.S. citizen until 1941. Herman Schmitz was also the director for the Bank of International Settlements. This is a bank that laundered money for the Nazis so they could do their stuff. Wars can't operate without money. Real talk. The Internet Bank for International Settlements, the apex of international financial control system. He remained the chairman of the board of directors from 1936 to 1939. The directors of the American IG were not only prominent Wall Street and American industry, but more significantly were drawn from few highly influential institutions. Okay. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York, Charles Mitchell. Walter Teagle, Paul Warburg. Ford Motor Corporation, Edsel Ford, Carl Bosch. Bank of Manhattan, Mr. Metz, Mr. Paul Warburg. Standard Oil of New Jersey, Walter Teagle. By the way, Standard Oil helped give Germany fuel to go to war in World War II. And DuPont, like I said, made the gas, or the components of the gas. And you can read through this, General Electric. You could just, I mean, it just goes on and on and on. I'm going to stop here. all the stuff that happens in the world, it always requires money. Let me get back to my eugenics. I'm back in this. I'm gonna get out of this in a second. I want to break off, do some other stuff, but are y'all with me? It's just 11:30. The night is young. Where was I? Yes, I mentioned I.G. Farben. Okay, let's go back up to the top. I'm going to go all the way back. I'm going to start back on this page. We have all read of the atrocities committed by the Nazis in World War II, horrible, unspeakable abuses involving gas chambers and ovens at Auschwitz, the hideous experiments performed on prisoners by Dr. Joseph Mengele, and the duplicitous part that was played in it all by these German companies like I.G. Farben, which supplied the poison gas Zyklon B to the death camps. And we wonder where the Nazis got such barbaric ideas. Since Hitler had high praise for American eugenicists like Paul Pompano, is it not at least plausible to posit that they may have gotten them from him? American philanthropic organizations were also deeply involved in the German eugenics movement, such as the Carnegie Institution, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the Harriman Railroad fortune. Carnegie, the reader will recall, set up the first eugenics laboratory complex at Cold Spring Harbor in New York in 1904. It will also recall that it was there Harry Laughlin established eugenics records office, his eugenic records office. The Rockefeller Foundation, in addition to funding Margaret Sanger's birth control program in the U.S., it helped found the German eugenics program. This is what I told y'all. The Rockefellers helped fund the German eugenics program that employed Dr. Mengele before he went to Auschwitz, where he soon acquired the infamous title Angel of Death. And you wonder how Dr. Mengele escaped Germany when he's working for the Rockefellers. Same people fund Black Lives Matter. Same people fund Planned Parenthood. Same people fund all these bad things happening to us. Same people pushing these inoculations, these shots. Just do your own research. Do your own research. The Harriman fortune, for its part, concentrated its efforts on bankrolling local charities in New York, the city's Bureau of Industries and Immigration, with the express objective of identifying Jewish, Italian, and other immigrants in New York and other crowded cities, targeting them for deportation, imprisonment, or even worse, forced sterilization. These organizations work closely with their cohorts in California in aiding and abetting their German colleagues by publishing racist eugenics literature and fake scientific journals and exporting them for circulation in Germany. Americans pushed genocide in Germany. Same way we're getting fake reports about this virus. Same bullshit. Nothing new. Hitler and his followers eagerly read this trash and used it to justify their despicable and murderous program of forced sterilization, euthanasia, human experimentation, and genocide. Despite the favored denials of and professed outrage in American eugenicists like Sanger, Laughlin, Stoddard, and Popenoe voiced over what was taking place across the Atlantic Ocean, their record is clear and damning. They could not escape the fact at the time that the horrors that the Nazis unleashed, first in Germany and later on the rest of Europe, were heavily influenced by their brethren in the United States any more than their apologists can escape it today. Two other areas of the German eugenics agenda that bear examination were the Germans' Lebensborn, the German for Spring of Life, and the Action T4 program. Lebensborn was a secret project that came into existence December 12, 1935, and it involved the breeding of racially pure children for the regime by the members of the Nazi SS, or Secret Service, and the Wehrmacht, the German army. It was overseen by Hitler's faithful henchman, Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler, who would be in keeping with his leader's admonition that it was morally reprehensible to withhold children from the state. Himmler founded Lebensborn program, which is officially titled Lebensborn, EV. which means registered association in German, to reverse Germany's declining population that had occurred over the preceding decades due to the country's high abortion rate. Pro-choice idiots, liars out there. Abortion causes the population to go down. That stagnates the economy. Black people are broke because we've been killing our babies. We are not rich for killing 20 million black babies. We're all the more poor. We're further away from our reparations every time we kill a black baby. If we were 110 million people, they wouldn't be able to deny it to us. By us murdering our own babies, we basically put getting our situation right back maybe 40 years. Man, did we fuck up going with abortion. Abortion's murder. Baby killing is murder. There's nothing choice about it. What about the baby's life? Abortion is murder. You don't like it? Get off my platform. Abortion always has been murder. Germany's declining population had occurred over the preceding decades due to the country's high abortion rate. As many as 800,000 abortions a year had been performed in the years between World War I and World War II. Now sit down and think about it. It ended in 1918. 1918 to 1928, that's 8 million dead Germans. And then there were 16 million German babies aborted. They did that in 20 years. And we black folks have killed even more. It's nothing to be proud of. I couldn't give a damn about pork chop feminists. Go to hell, baby killing whores. Lebensborn was intended to reverse that trend by encouraging the breeding of as many children as possible who would, in the Nazis' view, be of superior racial stock and would embody the genetic characteristics that were deemed preferable by them at the time when those whose genetic makeup was deemed to be undesirable were either being sterilized or aborted out of existence. Some of these desirable characteristics included, but were not limited to, fair skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair. In short, as many of the Nordic or Aryan qualities that the Nazis favored was possible. In this way, Himmler hoped that the German population would rise to 120 million in a few decades. Germany's population has never raised above, say, 90 some odd million people because of the abortions and the wars. We should be 120 million people right now. We've killed too many of each other. Pork chop feminists who are not forming. People like me should have had 5 or 6 children, at least 3. Damn pork chop feminism. The organization was partly an office within the Nazi SS with the responsibility for certain family welfare programs, and partly a secret for party bigwigs. In a letter to the member of the SS that surfaced after World War II, Himmler laid out the Lebensborn aim and objectives. On September 13, 1936, he wrote, an organization, Lebensborn e.V., serves the SS leaders in the selection and adoption of qualified children. The organization Lebensborn e.V. is under my personal direction as part of the Race and Settlement Central Bureau of the SS, and it has the following obligations. 1. Support racially, biologically, and hereditarily valuable families with many children. 2. Place and care for racially and biologically and hereditarily valuable pregnant women who, through their and their progenitors' families and Race and Settlement Central Bureau of the SS, can be expected to produce equally valuable children. 3. Care for the children. 4. Care for the children's mother. In the honorable duty of all leaders of the Central Bureau is to become members of the organization of the Lebensborn e.V. The application for admissions must be filed prior to the 23rd of September, 1936. The requirement of the Lebensborn program was stringent and included not only the physical characteristics of the parents, but their family backgrounds as well. For example, each parent had to have their genealogy traced back at least 3 generations in order that any suspected bloodlines, usually Jewish, were not present. There could be no doubts whatsoever about the fitness of prospective parents under Lebensborn. Just how rigorous the requirements for inclusion in the program were reflected in the fact that only 40% of the women who applied passed the racial test and were accepted, and the majority of the mothers who took part were unmarried. German people, despite their fanatical support of Hitler, still thought that bearing children out of wedlock was immoral, hence the utter secrecy surrounding the Lebensborn program. Children born on the program were taken to SS nurseries and later Lebensborn homes, the first of which was opened in 1936 in Steinhöring, a village a short distance from Munich. During World War II, Lebensborn homes were also set up in Norway, Austria, Belgium, Holland, France, Luxembourg, and Denmark. Here, the mothers were provided with the means of bearing children in an environment of safety, comfort, and secrecy free of the social stigma attached to being an unwed mother. The surroundings were often lavish and furnished with items and accessories that Nazis looted from the homes of Jews who were sent to Dachau, the first of the concentration camps set up by the Hitler regime. In many cases, the homes also had, at one time, been Jewish residences or nursing facilities. Himmler himself took a personal interest in these homes to the extent where he visited them often, chose the mothers, and favored the children who were born on his birthday, October 7th. Himmler had high hopes for his project, but within 4 years of its inception, it had not produced the results that he wanted. By the time Germany was deeply involved in World War II and the casualties were already beginning to mount, despite the impressive number of victories, the Nazis were rolling up on the battlefield. Therefore, he issued a direct order to all SS members and the police to father as many children as possible to make up for the deaths suffered on the battlefield. However, he was forced to rescind it when the public outcry became too great. The German people still regarded the idea of unwed mothers as immoral. This despite the fact that many of their own country were conducting the most immoral and destructive war in human history with their fanatical approval. But Himmler was not alone in his goal. Hitler too had laid out his own ideas on this subject. In 1942, the Führer instituted a policy that expanded Himmler's program to include non-German mothers. As the Wehrmacht continued to overrun Europe, the policy of non-fraternization with women of the occupied territories was changed to allow German soldiers to not only mingle with them, but also to have children with them, to swirl. The racially unfit girlfriends or one-night stands with SS officers would be invited to a Lebensborn home to have their children in safety and privacy. But as bad as all this was, it paled in comparison to another aspect of the Lebensborn program. The kidnapping and indoctrination, listen to this, human trafficking of Aryan-looking children in countries to the east that the Nazis invaded and subjugated in World War II, desperate to increase the German population by any means necessary. The same way that they're letting illegals come here to use them as a weapon against us. Oh, this is what's happening. And counting them as white, even when they look like me. Oh, you're Hispanic, you're white, right? This is what they're doing. Welcome to Nazi Germany or the Fourth Reich. Look at this. Whew. The regime instituted a policy whereby any children that appeared German were forcibly taken and spirited off to Germany, where they would be brought up as if they were born there. Many of these children had been orphaned in the war, but they weren't the only victims of this scheme. It is well documented that thousands of children were seized from their families and brought to the Reich to be Germanized at the Lebensborn homes, the same way they're taking our children and giving them to gay families. Welcome to Germany. Although the exact number of children kidnapped by the SS for this purpose may never be fully known, it is estimated as many as 250,000 of them were taken, with approximately 100,000 of them from Poland alone. Once they had arrived at their destination, the children would be subjected to all forms of psychological and, in many cases, physical abuse at the hands of their captors. For example, the SS nurses at the home would attempt to brainwash the young charges into believing that their parents had abandoned them. In some cases, these attempts to get the children to forget their parents were successful, but in most cases, the victims weren't stupid. They knew what had happened to them, and they knew who had done it, although they weren't exactly sure why. Those who refused to be brainwashed paid a heavy price indeed for their insolence. Many of them were beaten or abused or in other ways, but were eventually ticketed for extermination, invariably at the Kalisz camp in Poland. A particularly horrifying footnote in the infamous Lebensborn experiment came in 1942 when Czech partisans bombed the car carrying SS Governor Reinhard Heydrich. A faithful lackey of Himmler, this is a gay man as well, who served as the chief of the Reich Security Office, Heydrich was severely wounded and later died of blood poisoning. In reprisal, the SS set fire to and destroyed a small village of Lidice, murdering the entire male population in the process. 93 children were sent to Germany to be assimilated, while the rest were taken to a special children's camp at Dzierżanza. Wow. Dzierżanza and Lipsmanstadt before they were eventually exterminated. Lidice itself was wiped off the face of the earth and never again appeared on any German map of Czechoslovakia. However, time was running out on the Third Reich and the mad scheme of its leaders to strengthen and purify the racial stock. As the war neared its end in the spring of 1945, the Allies liberated thousands of cities and towns along their path to Berlin. One of those towns was Steinhöring, a site of the first Lebensborn home. As American troops marched into the town on May 1st, they found upwards of 300 children aged 6 months to 6 years in the Lebensborn home. At other homes near Bremen and Leipzig, British and Soviet soldiers reported having similar encounters. Through the Lebensborn program ended mercifully with the fall of Hitler's Germany, nearly 250,000 of these people had been horribly damaged by this attempt to accelerate the creation of a master race. After the war, every effort was expended to make them whole again by either putting them up for adoption to loving families or reuniting them with their own families. However, many of those who were kidnapped and forcibly assimilated had become so thoroughly brainwashed that they were judged too Germanic to fit back into normal society. 1 out of 9 Black children are taken from their families, end up in foster care or adopted. Don't think that this is just World War II Europe. Grow a pair of intellectual balls and start thinking. Then there was the Action, German for Action T4, the Nazis' forced euthanasia program, operating from the beginning of World War II and September of 1939, lasting, at least officially, until August 1941. It would continue unofficially until the end of the conflict. Action T4 was named for Tiergartenstrasse 4, an address of a villa in Berlin and the Berlin Bureau of Tiergarten. The villa served as the headquarters for the Charitable Foundation for the Curative and Institutional Care and was overseen by Reichsleiter Philipp Breuer, the head of Hitler's private chancery, and Dr. Karl Brandt, Hitler's personal physician. Euthanasia had been promoted since the early part of the 20th century by German eugenicists such as Alfred Hoch and Karl Binding, and a way to end life unworthy of life, a phrase coined in 1920, several years before Hitler came to power. It was especially true in the case of racial hygiene. Hitler himself weighed in on the subject, writing the following in Mein Kampf: "He who is bodily and mentally not sound and deserving may not perpetuate this misfortune in the body of his children. The people's state has to perform this gigantic child-rearing task here. One day, however, it will appear as a deed greater than the most victorious wars of our past bourgeois era. When Hitler came to power in 1933, he set about implementing laws aimed at eliminating perceived racial and social defects among certain segments of the German people, among them so-called law for the preservation of hereditary disease offsprings, which we examined earlier, as well as the Nuremberg laws, which followed in 1935. But while these dealt with sterilization and segregation against Jews, mercy killings was another matter entirely. Hitler strongly advocated ending life unworthy of life, and he was quite blunt in who should be put to death and why. In a conference in 1939 that was attended by the health minister Leonardo Conti and Hans Lammers, the head of the Reich Chancellor, Hitler cited several mentally ill people who could only lie down on sawdust as those he would euthanize because they perpetually dirtied themselves, or who put their own excrement in their mouths, and so on. As Lammers and Conti testified after the war, Hitler told them that he favored killing the incurably ill as early as 1933, but that he hesitated to do so because the public would never accept such a drastic step. No, he reasoned the time was not right, but that did not prevent him from acting in one specific instance. That instance came in 1938 when a German family petitioned him for permission to kill their severely handicapped infant son. The boy was blind and physically and mentally disabled, and the family turned to Hitler for help. He instructed Karl Brandt to evaluate the petition, and the family's request was granted in January of 1939. Hitler further directed his chief doctor to act similarly in a number of other cases. In 1939, the parents of Gerhard Kretschmar, who was born with severe physical deformities, asked Hitler for permission to put their son to death. Hitler agreed and greenlighted the formation of the Reich Committee for the Scientific Registering of Serious Hereditary and Congenital Disease. The body, which came under the supervision of Karl Brandt and was administered by Herbert Linden and SS Oberfuhrer Victor Brack, was authorized to approve applications to kill children in circumstances such as aforementioned cases. The details were left to be hashed out by such Nazi underlings as Brack and S.A. Oberfuhrer Werner Blackensberg. This soon opened the door to the wholesale slaughter of untold numbers of children who had committed no crime other than to be born in such dire physical straits. Under the new mandate, the Interior Ministry required doctors and midwives to report all cases of newborns with severe physical or mental handicaps. The reports were assessed by a panel of doctors who would then make their recommendations. The consent of at least 3 doctors had to be obtained before a subject could be put to death. Those children aged 3 and under who exhibited such serious hereditary disabilities as suspected idiocy, Down syndrome, especially in the blind and deaf, microcephaly, hydrocephaly, malformed limbs, head, spinal columns, paralysis, and spastic conditions were all put to death by lethal injection. The new policy was sure to raise opposition of many parents, particularly those of the Catholic faith, so the regime used various forms of deception in order to gain their consent. One such form was to tell the parents that the children were being sent to so-called special sections where they would receive treatment to improve their sorry condition. To further the lie, the parents were told that their children would be kept at these places for a few weeks while their cases were being assessed. After a time, the children would be administered the aforementioned injections, usually of phenol, and the cause of their death would be listed as pneumonia. The pièce de resistance of the Nazis' cynical campaign, lies and deceits, came when the children's autopsies were conducted. Samples of their brains were taken to be used for what was euphemistically called medical research, and the parents never knew any wiser. This story worked so well that they came to believe that their children had not died in vain after all. Hitler had always believed the wholesale killing of life unworthy of life was not possible in peacetime because the firestorm of protests was sure to result. As he told Dr. Gerhard Wagner, such a program would be more smoothly carried out in war. Himmler's intent, he wrote, was in the event of war to radically solve the problems of mental asylums. Needless to say that when the Wehrmacht invaded Poland on September 1, 1939, Hitler's golden opportunity presented itself in spades. 1 month later, he backdated an order on September 1, which authorized Bauer and Brandt to set the Führer's wishes in motion, to wit, the Reich's leader Bauer and Dr. Brandt are charged with the responsibility of enlarging the competence of certain physicians designated by name so patients who, on the basis of human judgment, are considered incurable can be granted mercy death after discerning diagnosis. As the war went on, the casualties invariably began to mount, and the wounded needed medical care upon returning to Germany. This presented a problem as hospital beds were being taken up and resources were being expended caring not only for the soldiers, but for those with severe disabilities. Men in the regime became openly resentful that these people were being accorded treatment in asylums and hospitals when they believed that caring for Germany's fighting men and those made homeless by the war should take precedence. Why? It was argued, should they have to take a back seat? Or as one prominent Nazi doctor, Hermann Fanmuller, put it, the idea is unbearable to me. For the best, the flower of our youth must lose its life at the front in order that feeble-minded and irresponsible asocial elements can have a secure existence in an asylum. Hitler's backdated euthanasia order of October 1st helped quell this kind of resentment that was expressed by people like Dr. Fanmuller. And there were many of them, to be sure. The regime went all out to gain as much public support for euthanasia as possible. But despite such books promoting the permission to destroy life unworthy of life, and a whole host of propaganda leaflets, posters, and short films that the National Socialist Racial Political Office produced, the German public eventually turned against it, and Hitler was forced to discontinue the program in August of 1941, at least officially. As was mentioned earlier, it continued in secret even after the German surrender on May 7, 1945. For example, the last child killed under T4 was Richard Dean, who was killed May 29th in the children's ward of the Kaufbeuren Irsee State Hospital in Bavaria. During the official phase of T4, 70,273 people were killed before Hitler had to give in to mounting public opposition. Much of that opposition came from the Catholic Church, which paid a heavy price for its courage. Catholic institutions that had cared for the disabled were closed as a result. Their parents were transferred to squalid and overcrowded state facilities where they were denied decent medical care and were cynically used by the regime to promote its mercy death program. And it was there that they eventually met their fates. Many parents of disabled children also protested vehemently and were threatened with having them forcibly taken if they did not comply, especially those parents who did not believe the official line about what was really happening. If that had failed, they were threatened with being called up for what was called labor duty. Children were not the only targets of the Nazi program that purified the Aryan race. Adults also dispatched with fighting regularity with a host of genetic defects that included virtually everything from physical and psychological infirmities such as epilepsy and insanity to chronic alcoholism or simply being racially inferior. The Nazis went after those who fit this latter category with a vengeance, first executing their murderous agenda not on their fellow Germans, but on the Poles. In a secret meeting held July of 1939, which was attended by Dr. Leonardo Conti and Professor Walter Hyde, the head of the SS medical department, and from which a national register of all institutionalized patients with mental illnesses and physical handicaps was created. The policy was carried out at first by members of the SS, Eisenstadt Kommando 16, who cleared out hospitals and asylums in the Polish region of Waterland following the German invasion of the country on September 1. From Danzig to Posen, quite literally thousands of Poles were either shot or gassed by roving German action squads or Eisenstadtgruppen. Over time, gassing proved to be more efficient and inexpensive, inexpensive means of dispatching hapless victims than lethal injection. And when Himmler witnessed one such operation in 1939, he enthusiastically endorsed the practice with all monstrous and unimaginable consequences, as history has shown us all too well. Hitler himself endorsed the use of carbon monoxide gas to do away with thousands of people at a time, personally recommending it to Brandt, who later called it a major advance in medical history. Gassings carried out under T4 began in earnest in January 1940 and lasted for at least the next 2.5 years until July of 1942, starting at the Brandenburg Euthanasia Center, where 9,772 people were killed. Linz, Austria, more than 8,000 people killed. Saxony, body count of 15,000, and Hesse, 14,994 dead. Helpless victims were taken from their institutions to the killing centers, where they were invariably met, equipped in, often within 24 hours of their arrival. As with the children, the Nazis employed a sophisticated web of lies and deceit. The same thing that they're doing with the vaccinations and with COVID. A lot of people being told everything but the truth. I mean, if you get an infection, die in the hospital, and they'll tell you COVID, they're going to get $60,000. I mean, they'll tell you COVID. Everything's COVID. If you've got gas, you've got COVID. If you sneeze, you've got COVID, and someone gets paid off of it. This is real talk, huh? The Nazis employed a sophisticated web of lies and deceit to keep families of handicapped adults from discovering what was really happening to them. Such tactics included dressing SS men in white coats to give them an air of medical authority when they came to take someone away, using buses from the euphemistically titled Community Patients Transport Service to shuttle the condemned to their demise, sending letters to the families telling them that because of the wartime conditions, it was not possible to visit their stricken relatives, the same way you can't visit your families. You can't visit seniors in assisted dwelling places right now. You can't go to hospitals. You can't see what's happening to the people once they go to these hospitals and assisted living all over the country. My cousin, nobody's been able to see him to go. I mean, we got family. You can't find them. You can't talk to them. You have to take whatever these doctors tell you. This isn't just Nazi Germany. This is happening right now with the pandemic, and we're all victims of it. Those designated for mercy death had their cases assessed by a panel of medical experts who are required to make their judgments based solely on the reports of the staffs of the institutions where the patients were confined. These experts did not refer to the detailed medical histories of the inmates, nor did they examine any of the patients themselves. The reports were marked with a plus for death and a minus for life, or a question mark, when the panel was unable to decide. 3 death verdicts sufficed to dispatch the patient in question. The death panels often dealt with hundreds of these reports at once, a testament to the frightening level of efficiency with which the program was being carried out. As time went on, the guidelines for determining who was to live and who was to die became more relaxed. The medical criteria the broader. The Nazi underlings carried out euthanasia program themselves in ever-increasing numbers. More and more people are dying from COVID. It's 3,000 died today. So they told you that they died from COVID. They said. Okay. Like the Lebensborn program, the regime went to great pains to keep the T4 hidden from the German public. Hitler, mindful of the strong negative reaction that would result if the people ever discovered what was happening, had said as much to Breuer in his inception, telling him the Führer's chancery must under no circumstances be seen to be active in this matter. But the air of secrecy could only last so long, given the fact that thousands of doctors, administrators, and other medical personnel were involved, and some of them would inevitably talk about what was happening despite being under strict orders to be silent. Like none of the doctors have talked about hydroxychloroquine, ivermectin, about black seed oil, about, stuff the doctors said, this stuff is treatable. My God. But all these sellout doctors, we got black medical associations. You haven't heard a goddamn thing from black doctors for the most part this year. No preachers, not a damn soul has said anything that I'm aware of other than, say, we black media people. And maybe somebody like, hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Nobody's talking about what's really happening. Nobody's really being real with us with what's going on. People that we trust, people that we listen to, right? Nobody black. In fact, all of y'all just quote me, fuck Chris Rock. He can go to hell. All the weaponized punk ass black celebrities, all of y'all can go to hell. They're not making any money because the comedy clubs are shut down, the theaters. You're going to see a bumper crop, and black people that you used to think were cool, who are nothing but weaponized traitors who've got platforms or venues that they're white handlers, they're going to tell you to get injected. Damn all of them. They've never spoken up. They've never stood up. They've never done what they could do, right? For our people. These athletes and other people are rich beyond their dreams. They will sell us out for their careers. Chris Rock is the most degenerate, despicable, vulgar, no good black, whatever the hell he is. I don't think he's funny. I think he's pathetic. I don't care how much money. I'm not jealous. I would never want to be Chris Rock. I would never want to be a doofus, Sambo figure that makes fun of my own people while everyone's laughing at him. They don't respect him. In fact, if he gets the shot, I hope he gets the bad shit that he thinks we're going to get. I'd see him with Bell's palsy. He would actually be funny if he got Bell's palsy after selling us out all these years, pushing this damn poison on us. Then he'd take it to prove, thinking that they like him, he got jacked up. In fact, all the Boule people, I want all of them vaccinated. All these traitors. In fact, that would be a lasting lesson to us. When you betray your people, there's swift punishment. That would make a lot of people think twice. Stupid ass Chris Rock. He's an arrogant, self-hating nigga. I'll say that, I'll tell him. He ain't shit. Never gonna be shit. Nobody want him. Screw him. And screw Beyonce and anybody else telling you to take this thing without you researching for yourself. Don't trust them. Who paid them to tell you to use it? Let me go back to this. I'll go back to this. But the air of secrecy could only last so long. Notice how doctors and people beginning to speak out, how people are messing it up and taking the stuff out of it. People can't do this anymore. It's a lie. It's a lie. The virus is real. The pandemic is a lie. It's a lie. They're killing us with this thing. It's a lie. Some people can't lie anymore. They're tired of hurting people, but there's something spiritually wrong. Yes, I believe in God. Thou shalt not kill. It's a commandment of God. People are killing us with this bullshit black bottle medical care. And they're black nurses and people that know better. Y'all love your job so much you'd kill your own people. You'd kill innocent people because you got a little bit of a benefit. I mean, what the hell? What happens when they say we've got to inject you? They would eventually talk about what was happening despite being under strict orders to keep quiet. And the German people themselves began to ask questions when many families received suspicious death notices. This is happening right now, people. Folks who are perfectly healthy, never had a problem. All of a sudden, everybody got COVID, just died. Well, he got COVID, they got COVID. I mean, Easter Bunny's got COVID. Santa Claus got it. Rudolph the Reindeer's got COVID. Oh, my God. James Brown the Grave got COVID. Michael Jackson caught it. It wasn't propofol, it was COVID. Y'all believe this crap? And the new virus shows up in England. I mean, within a week, it's all over America, this new damn virus. You mean, we're talking about people who never left the state of Colorado that got the English version of come on. I mean, damn these people. Stop listening to them. Think for yourself. Listen to this. Receive suspicious death notices. For example, in a case involving deaths resulting from appendicitis, when the patient themselves had been removed, when the patients had them removed several years before, or when families in the same community would receive death notices of loved ones on the same day. So they all got like the same Dear John letter. Oh, by the way, he died of pneumonia. Everybody, I mean, imagine 10 people getting a pneumonia letter the same day. How long before someone figures this out? It wasn't long before people began catching on to what was happening in towns where the killing centers were located and began putting two and two together. Why are we waiting so long to put two and two together, black folks? And notice how they've gotten all these black preachers, all of these influential black folks now to tell us. Thus far, the only person that's really said anything is Farrakhan. Where are the other people? You may not like his bean pies. You may not like his mothership. You may not like his newspaper. You may not like his religion. You say his religion ain't real Islam or it's a cult. Well, where are the non-cult Christians? Where the hell are you bastards? You want 10% of people's money and you can't speak up against evil like this everywhere. Y'all must be crazy. Residents could see buses arriving and patients entering the facilities, but they also saw no one ever came out. A big roach motel, the same thing the hospitals are. People check in and don't check out. Roach motel medical care. And by the way, they're cremating people in the hospitals now, just like they used to do in Nazi Germany. Because you can't have the body, it's COVID, and we can't do it. We don't want to infect other people. So they just roast up, burn up everybody. In fact, black Americans, you can go to hell, they'll burn your body up for you before you even get to hell. Let me keep reading this. I'll read this again. Residents could see the buses arriving and the patients entering the facilities, but they also saw that no one ever came out. Further, they could see and smell the smoke belching out of the chimneys of the crematoria, and they couldn't ignore the ashes that fell on the ground like snowflakes. One particularly gruesome episode, the people in the town of Hadamar witnessed not only human ashes wafting down, but human hair as well. In her book, Into the Darkness, an Examination of Conscience, Gitta Sereny relates how even the children of Hadamar came to a horrifying conclusion about Action T4. In May of 1941, Sereny writes, Justice Minister Franz Gertner received a letter from a Frankfurt County court describing how the children of the town were shouting in the streets that people were being taken away to be gassed. Incidents like the one at Hadamar gave a rise to an increasing number of protests from the German public, including many party members themselves, and the outcry became so widespread and intense that it led to the cancellation of the official phase of Action T4 on August 21st, 1941. However, this did not mean that the Nazis stopped killing the disabled. Under the unofficial phase of the program, the German and Austrian doctors continued the policy even after the end of the war. Only now it was carried out less systematically and at an initiative of local doctors and party leaders. The use of poison gas was then discontinued, and people were once more either given lethal injections or they would simply starve to death. Like the black doctor that died in the hospital that didn't receive medical care. It's a black doctor that died who didn't get any help. Come on. A doctor, a black woman doctor, they killed her in the hospital. This is real. This is happening right now. This happened to Herman Cain last year. Herman Cain and his Godfather Pizza. Dead. Gone. These people have money. They had good medical care. They killed them. And by the way, Herman Cain was demanding MFM. Herman Cain told the Black Voices for Trump just a few weeks before he died that the responsibility of the Black Voices for Trump and the Republican Party had to demand full reparations for Black people. They killed Herman Cain. Herman Cain was assassinated. I don't give a damn who does. I don't have to prove it. Herman Cain demanded reparations. All of a sudden he gets COVID. He was COVID negative when he took the plane to the convention in Tulsa. He was tested before he went in the hall in Tulsa. He's like the only person and that entire group of thousands of people that went to see Trump that died from COVID. It's the same person that said Black people must be paid. If you don't think that they don't kill people with this thing, if you think they wouldn't kill you or me, you're out of your damn cotton-picking coon mind. Herman Cain was assassinated. Remember when Herman Cain died, was it in the news? Was there any big celebration like for punk-ass John Lewis? Did y'all notice? Let me keep reading. Once the Nazis had invaded occupied territories to the east, they unleashed the full fury of Action T4, especially in the Soviet Union, after the Germans invaded on June 22nd, 1941. Personnel who had served in the program back in Germany found new opportunities to kill on a far grander scale, one which would later come to be known as the final solution to the Jewish question, or simply the Holocaust. And they did not just focus on those who were physically and mentally handicapped. Action T4 became an integral part of Hitler's and the Nazis' campaign of the annihilation of the so-called inferior races, especially the Jews. We cannot end our discussion of the Nazi reign of terror without recognizing that there was another group of Germans who, although their numbers were minuscule when compared to the rest of the country's population, nevertheless were squarely in the Nazis' crosshairs and targeted for extermination. Approximately 24,000 Germans of African descent. How many of you knew there were 24,000 Germans in Nazi Germany? You never hear about them. They're part of the Holocaust. While not subjected to the terrors of Hitler's final solution, such as gas chambers at Auschwitz or other killing factories, Black Germans suffered many of the same fates as their countrymen who were white, Jewish, or who came under the regime's ever-expanding definition of what was considered to be inferior. A systematic campaign to eliminate Germany's Black population by depriving it of the same rights other citizens of the country enjoyed, and then to exterminate it entirely through coercive sterilizations, shootings, gassings, and forced abortions, began almost as soon as the Nazis gained power. Germany's black citizens were not native to the fatherland, but rather came into the country through immigration or as a result of the country's colonial empire, which included the number of countries in Africa. In time, black Africans became used to German institutions, customs, and traditions, so it was only natural for them to consider themselves to, in fact, be German. But that all changed on November 11th, 1918, following Germany's defeat in World War I. Under the terms of the Versailles Treaty, Germany signed in 1919, the country was deprived of its colonial empire, and many Africans chose to follow their occupiers home, which did not sit well with the native population. The white folks did not want them. They did this despite the indignities and even outright atrocities that were committed against them by their occupiers. Such atrocities included forced sterilizations of the native people and even gruesome medical experiments that were conducted under Germany's nascent eugenics program. These experiments were conducted in the German Southwest Africa, today known as Namibia, as early as 1890 and were overseen by Germany's most senior eugenicist, Dr. Eugene Fischer. Fischer conducted his research to bolster his claim about the dangerous genetic differences that he believed existed between black Africans and white Germans, and that race mixing between them was nothing short of a disaster. German colonial officials refused to recognize marriages between black Africans and white Germans beginning in 1890, even though such unions were legal in Germany at the time. Once again, the German policy was based largely on eugenic experiments, and by 1912, it had become standard operating procedure in many German colonies in Africa. The issue had become so serious that it sparked an intense debate back home in Germany, the German Reichstag. Many German lawmakers expressed concern that black colonials who came to the country would have full rights and benefits of German citizenship. Example given the right to vote, to serve in the military, and to be employed in civil service, among others. Under the terms of the Versailles Treaty, Germany was not only forced to relinquish its African colonies, it also had to submit to French occupation of the Rhineland, which it had won following the victory in the Franco-Prussian War of 1871. France, too, had African colonies like Morocco and Algeria, and many of these troops moved into the newly demilitarized region to serve as peacekeepers came from these colonies. This meant an additional influx of blacks into what was in effect Germany's backyard. It also meant contact between white German women and black African soldiers. These encounters included a number of sexual liaisons, which resulted in births between 400 to 600 children of mixed race relationship. Many Germans resented the terms of the Versailles Treaty and believed that their country had been stabbed in the back by traitors in the government, as well as the victorious allies. They saw the occupation of the Rhineland by the French and its use of black soldiers as peacekeepers as another sign of that betrayal. The German press capitalized on this to portray black Africans as subhuman and ran sensational stories of incidents in which the French colonial soldiers raped innocent German women who often bore them what came to be known as the Rhineland bastards. It was the resentment of Versailles, the reader will recall, which Hitler exploited so masterfully in his quest for ultimate power, a quest which proved so monstrously, man, I'm going fast, successful that it led to the deaths of tens of millions of soldiers and civilians in World War II. When Hitler became chancellor, Germany's chancellor in 1933, and its absolute dictator a year later, he began to put his master plan of extermination into effect. We have now seen how he went after the Jews, who have always been his number one target, but other groups came to feel his wrath as well, including Germany's black citizens. In Mein Kampf, Hitler took dead aim at black Germans, referring to them as half-apes, charging that the Jews had brought the Negroes into the Rhineland with them with the clear aim of ruining the hated white race by necessarily resulting bastardization of a country's pure Aryan blood. As a result, when the Nazis took over, Germany's black population was subjected to the same oppression and persecution as Jewish citizens were forced to endure. Black Germans and their mixed-race children were just one of a number of groups that suffered under the newly passed Nuremberg laws, which went into effect in 1935. These people, like the Jews, at whom the legislation was aimed, were stripped of all their rights as German citizens and were placed at the bottom of the country's racial hierarchy. They could not vote. They could not hold public office. They could not hold most jobs and were prevented from serving in any of the branches of the German military and the civil service. But as the Jews, who did not get out of Germany in time, were to discover, they too would consider this the least of their worries. They would soon be in line for much harsher treatment at the hands of the Nazis and their murderous agenda. By 1937, the regime began to go after Black Germans with a vengeance, beginning with the mulatto children of mixed race relationships between white and Black Germans. The fate of the Rhineland bastards was sealed when the Gestapo seized and forcibly sterilized nearly all 600 of these children, with the rest being used for medical research or simply vanishing in thin air. Adult Black Germans would soon follow their children into oblivion. Additional victims of the Nazis' insane, murderous obsession with race hygiene. Many were forcibly sterilized, shot, gassed, and incinerated in death camps. That is, when they weren't being worked into an early grave at these places. Not only were Black Germans ticketed for extermination, many Black Allied prisoners of war shared similar fates in Nazi Germany POW camps: Dachau, Mauthausen, Buchenwald, Sachsenhausen. They were either deprived by their captors of protection under the terms of the Geneva Prisoner of War Convention, worked to death in construction details, or simply shot to death. There was a situation in Belgium where Germans stabbed maybe 15 Black prisoners were chopped up like chicken. By the way, all the Germans got off for murdering Black prisoners of war. To show you that our American government took the side of Germans that murdered Black servicemen in uniform, basically didn't. No MFM. There should be reparations paid by Germany. Germany pays Jews, but has never paid Black soldiers who were the victims of experimentation and mass murder by the Germans in World War II. Our government never pressed for it. My family never got a dime for Joseph Reddick Short being tortured by the Nazis. I want reparations, and I couldn't give a damn whether it's a check. We should get something. No one can tell with any... Hold on, let me just stop for a second. All of y'all have seen these movies on the miracle of Dunkirk and how the English and French soldiers escaped Hitler's armies to fight another day in England. What they won't tell you is that the French and English left the Black soldiers to do the rear guard action, to be captured and murdered by the Germans. Black men were sacrificed so white men could live. At Dunkirk, the next time you hear about Winston Churchill or Charles de Gaulle, it was Black men that held the superior German armies at bay to allow 350,000 Allied soldiers to escape to England. The real heroes of Dunkirk. Nobody talks about it, not even the punk-ass African governments or weak-ass French bed-eating, coon-ass African leaders. They're never on time for anything racial. What a disgrace. No one can tell with any degree of certainty the exact number of how many Black Germans met their fate under the Nazis, or how many were either sterilized or killed on the various programs they instituted in their quest to purify Germany's racial stock. After the war, attempts were made to raise awareness that there actually was a Black German populace that was decimated by the Nazis. There was a French Black population, a Belgian Black population. There were Black people all over Europe. What happened to them? There was a black German population that was decimated by the Nazis. There were also efforts to locate survivors of this little known aspect of the Holocaust and provide them with financial compensation. They never came to my family. And his book titled Sterilization of the Rhineland Bastards, The Fate of Colored German Minority, German historian Professor Rainer Pomeran publicized the sterilization of these tragic souls and sought to discover what had happened to them. This was evidently the first time that most Germans had ever heard that such a thing, or that there was even a thing as a black German population. Pomeran pointed out that there was most likely because of lack of public interest in minorities in Germany. At least one German was not keenly interested in the fate of black Germans and their mixed-race children. He prepared to offer those at least one German not only was keenly interested in the fate of black Germans and the mixed race children, was prepared to offer those who survived at least a small measure of financial recompense for all their suffering. This German social democrat, member of the Bundestag, wanted to give each a sum of 3,000 marks if he could have their names. And he approached Pomeran with such a proposal. Pomeran, however, declined. Pomeran turned it down and said, because I knew where they were living, but I didn't want to bother these people because I could tell this was more a political issue. And I could see the TV camera standing in front of the house of the village where the money is being handed over. All of a sudden, the sensation is great in the village. Here's someone who has been sterilized. Pomeran, to his great credit, was able to leave sleeping dogs lie. He realized those survivors of the darkest period of his nation's history, one of the greatest and most preventable tragedies in the history of the world, had been through more than their share of hell on earth, and that it was far better to leave them alone and live out the rest of their lives in what peace they were able to find. Besides, if any of them wanted their story told, they would, in all likelihood, have done so by now. It was not his place to tell it for them, regardless of any amount of money that any politicians were willing to give to them, regardless of motive. Thus ended the least known aspects of Hitler's eugenics war on his fellow countrymen, whom he considered to be living life unworthy of living life. Long before he began setting his ideas to paper in Mein Kampf, he had developed a poisonous view of the world based on the warped ideas of humanity popularized by Darwin, Galton, Sanger, Stoddard, Fisher, Laughlin, and the rest. Hitler took Germany into a nightless abyss from which it would not reemerge until after a dozen years of terror, fear, carnage, and war had taken their toll. And he not only nearly destroyed his own nation in the process, he almost single-handedly decimated the idea of eugenics as a legitimate science. While we can be thankful for that, we must also measure through the prism of history that we have gained by what we have lost. We have lost a lot, too much, in fact. An example of the Rhineland Bastards illustrates only too well that literally no one was safe under Hitler, not even a small enclave of black Germans who numbered less than 25,000. Estimates of the death toll exacted by the Nazis under their race hygiene schemes have tended to vary over the years. For example, in addition to the 70,273 people we know were murdered by the Nazis during the official Action T4, evidence uncovered by the Nuremberg war crimes trial places the number killed at around 275,000 after the program officially ended. Other evidence from the files recovered after 1990 places the number at roughly 200,000 killed between 1939 and 1945 from starvation, lethal injection, or gassing. In all likelihood, we'll never know exactly how many died through no fault of their own, or how many families, Germans and non-German alike, were ripped asunder by this insane policy of racial purification. We do know the horrific price that Germany and her allies paid in World War II, a price still being exacted today, and national guilt and international scorn as a result. It is a lesson we can ill afford to ignore. While it may be true that American eugenicists like Margaret Sanger, Harry Laughlin, Lofred Stoddard, and Madison Grant, Paul Papineau had no knowledge of the programs like Lebensborn or even the murderous depths to which the German counterparts descended and carrying out programs like Action T4, many of them did indeed express public outrage over what happened during that time. But it was more over the way in which the Germans went about implementing their eugenics program than in the morality of eugenics itself. Nevertheless, despite the outrage, they must bear full judgment of history, a judgment that decrees that they have the blood of millions of innocents on their hands. They have served the Nazis as the Nazis' inspiration. They wrote the books that Hitler read in jail. They worked to pass laws in American states which served as the model for the Nazis' own policies, and they both admired and even envied them, and received accolades from Harry Laughlin's award from Heidelberg University. While Sanger and the rest may not have been Nazis, they have much for which to answer at the bar of history. It is up to us to hold them to account. Justice demands that we do. No less. If not us, whom? If not now, when? That's as much as I'm going to read from that. Now, I want to shift gears because I'm late. I want to switch gears. Can I come in and do another one? I can keep you on here, but I want to put another format up. So I'm going to end this broadcast here and start another one in exactly 5 minutes. Is that okay with y'all? Okay, so there are 128 of you. Give me exactly a 5-minute break. I'm going to keep one YouTube on, but I'm going to shut this thing down just so I can have a break in this. So let me stop this one, and I'm going to start another broadcast in a second. I'll be back with you. I may run to the restroom, get some water. By 12:45, if not before, I'll be back here. All right. Let's step out for a second.